Chapter 4574. The terrifying roots of the primal chaos dragon tree had already reached the depths of the heavenly E-mountain range and began to devour the terrain of Tianyuan. It had to be said that the terrain of Tianyuan in the heavenly E-mountain range was extremely huge. It would take some time for the primal chaos dragon tree to devour it. It was unlike the heavenly ghost city from before, which was instantly devoured by the primal chaos dragon tree. However, the heavenly ghost sect master was not in a hurry at all, because to him, sooner or later, he would be punished by the heavenly ghost sage. Therefore, it did not matter if he protected the heavenly go mountain range or not. Sect master senior brother, is it okay for us to wait for the heavenly go mountain range to be sucked dry? Uncle Yu is somewhat worried. Don't worry. When the ancestor comes, he will quickly take down the divine medicine treasure city. Then, the heavenly ghost sect will be built in the divine medicine treasure city. The heavenly ghost sect master said, at that time a yen and little Shu will be captured. How we treated a yen in the past, we can treat little Shu the same way. Uncle Yu only smiled, an extremely evil smile. Nia Linghua floated in the air. He saw that there was movement at the heavenly go mountain range. The ground was squirming, and he knew that there was a large number of tree roots underground. However, the heavenly go sect gave off a feeling that it was impossible to resist. Not long after, he saw a large number of disciples flying out from the heavenly go sect. They gave up on the heavenly go mountain range. Nia Linghua was shocked, seeing that the heavenly go mountain range could not block the roots of the primal chaos dragon tree. The elders of the other sects were burning with anxiety. They never expected that the heavenly go sect would not put up any resistance and directly retreat. This meant that the heavenly go sect had no other choice. The 5 powers were all anxious, but the sect master and elders of the heavenly go sect were not anxious at all, because they all knew that the heavenly ghost sage would definitely come. In their opinion, as long as the heavenly ghost sage came, the divine medicine treasure city would not be able to withstand a single blow. As the primal chaos dragon tree devoured the Tianyuan terrain below the heavenly go mountain range, the barrier of the entire divine medicine treasure city became stronger. Especially the heaven and earth energy in the city, it became denser. The primal chaos dragon tree could directly inject heaven and earth energy into the divine mirror of 6 realms, causing the mirror of 6 realms to operate even faster. Little sister Xiao Jing cultivated the heavenly mother myriad worlds art. Not only could she temper the strongest 6 realms mirrors, she could also raise the level of the world defying God furnace at the same time, and then refine those 2-4 symbols divine weapons S. At this time, the time domain of the 6 realms mirrors had also increased. After all, the time origin bead had increased along with Xinxiang's cultivation. Therefore, little sister Jing was able to buy more time in the time domain. Great! The heavenly go mountain range is finished. Xinxiang stood in the tree hole and looked at the heavenly go mountain range floating in the distance. He smiled and said, it will fall down very soon. Many disciples of the E-heavenly sect did not know that the E-heavenly sage was coming. Therefore, they all thought that the E-heavenly sect master was extremely useless. He had actually been forced to flee by a city. The elders of the other 5 factions were also shaking their heads and sighing. They had been eyeing the heavenly go mountain range for many years. They hadn't expected it to be destroyed by someone else. Moreover, Divine Medicine City would definitely become very powerful after seizing the heavenly go mountain ranges Tianyuan terrain. It wouldn't be long before they became the overlord of the Eastern Xian Prefecture, so they could only hope that they would be able to join forces and take down the divine medicine treasured city. At this moment, the heavenly go sect master, Uncle Yu, and a few elders were on a small boat high in the sky. A middle-aged man wearing red and black armor stood on the flying boat. His eyes had red eyeshadow and his face was feminine. He gave off an eerie feeling. However, The Heavenly Ghost Sect Master, Uncle Yu, and the other big shots of the E-Heavenly Sect were very polite to this middle-aged man. Big brother, may I ask who you are? Are you Ancestor, E-Heavenly? The Heavenly Ghost Sect Master asked in a soft voice. Sage E-Heavenly had too many forms, and he couldn't recognize them all. He only knew that the person before him was far stronger than them. Do you think I am Sage E-Heavenly? He is my lord. I am not as strong as him. The feminine middle-aged man laughed sinisterly and said, I am one of the 12 guards of Sage E-Heavenly, the Een God Guard. You can call me Lord Een God. Yes, Lord Een God. In that case, will the Ancestor still come? The Heavenly Ghost Sect Master asked. Chapter 4575. Nia Linghua had recognized the Een Immortal Guards. This made the Heavenly Go Sect Master and Uncle Yu feel ashamed. They had mistaken the Een Immortal Guards for the Heavenly Go Sage. The Een God Guards turned to look at Heavenly Go Sect Master and Uncle Yu. This made them feel very awkward. I am the Een Immortal Guard. The Een Immortal Guard smiled and nodded. You've always been in the Heavenly Mother Holy Wasteland, right? You've actually heard of me. How rare. Junior Nia Linghua pays his respects to Senior Een Immortal Guard. Nia Linghua was very respectful when facing a powerhouse. Who is Nia Jujin to you? The Een Immortal Guard asked. It's my Nia family's patriarch. Nia Linghua replied. Very good. As expected of Nia Nine, Sword's descendant. The Een Immortal Guard praised. Nia Nine Sword is one of the 12 guards, the Sword Immortal Guard. He is also ranked 9th. The Heavenly Go Sect Master, Uncle Yu, and the others were stunned. They did not expect this Nia Linghua to have such a background. But why was he in the Heaven Illuminating Sect? Senior, is the Ancestor still alive? Nia Linghua asked. Of course, they're still here. I fought with him not long ago, and I couldn't beat him. Although I'm ranked 7th, he's my nemesis. The Een Immortal Guard smiled and said, Junior, you seem to be in a bad mood. Why? Following this, Nia Linghua told the Een God Guards about his worries, as well as the fact that his plan to attack the city had not been approved. After the Een Immortal Guard heard this, he nodded and said, Your idea is correct, unlike some useless fellows who are lying flat on the ground. He was talking about Heavenly Go Sect Master and Uncle Yu behind him. They could have blocked the attack, but they had to wait for Heavenly Go Sage to send reinforcements. Nia Linghua now knew why the Heavenly Go Sect Master and the others were not in a hurry. They knew that the Heavenly Go Sage would definitely make a move. Now he had sent one of the 12 guards, the Een God Guard. With the Een Immortal Guards around, Nia Linghua felt much more at ease. At the same time, Nia Linghua obtained a very important piece of information. Sage Etian was in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. Even the 12 guards under Sage Etian could be in the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Desolate land. How powerful was that? Just a moment ago, Nia Linghua felt that the divine herb city was impossible to shake. Yet now, as far as he was concerned, the divine herb city couldn't even withstand a single blow before the 12 heavenly sage guards. Senior, this city's barrier is extremely powerful. Furthermore, it can also absorb the energy of everyone in the city to strengthen itself, Nia Linghua said. In addition to the Heavenly Mother Pearl and the Heavenly Go Bell, these two things together can produce a very strong power. This is something I did not expect. Don't blame yourself too much. That's because the enemy you're facing is far stronger than you, the Een Immortal Guard said. Senior, are you talking about that servant named Xinxiang? Nia Linghua frowned and said, This person's cultivation is not high. Moreover, he's hiding like a tortoise, not daring to come out and fight head-on. No, I suspect that the power of the Heavenly Mother is here. Either the Heavenly Mother is here, or her successor is here. The Een Immortal Guard said, My lord sent me here. I'm sure she expected this. What, the Heavenly Mother's subordinate? Nia Linghua asked in shock. Yes, the power of the Heavenly Mother Pearl comes from the Heavenly Mother's art of all worlds. It is the Heavenly Mother's ultimate technique, the Immortal Guard said. Also, the Heavenly Mother created a technique that can fuse the Heavenly Go Bell and the Heavenly Mother Pearl. The Heavenly Go Sect Master, Uncle Yu, and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. The enemy they are facing is related to the Heavenly Go Sage. At this time, the sect masters and elders of Life Soul Palace, Supreme Nine Palaces, and Six Souls Palace arrived and stood behind the Immortal Guard. They had all heard of the Immortal Guard before, but they did not recognize him like Nia Linghua. When they learned that the Heavenly Go Sage had sent someone here, they were all shocked. Seeing that Nia Linghua was recognized by the Immortal Guard, the sect master and elders of Heaven Illuminating Sect did not pursue the matter of Nia Linghua destroying the two ancient chaotic weapons. Since the Immortal Guard was here, they had rushed over from afar, so they were all watching from the side. They only felt that it was a pity that the Heavenly Go Sect had taken all the benefits after so much trouble. Li Minqing and Tian Yuan were the first to know that there was a large group of people in the sky. They immediately reported the news to Xinxiang. Xilian, Tianshu, the Heavenly Mother Palace Master, and Aunt Yen were all in the Heavenly Mother Palace. They also knew that the enemy's army had arrived. Xilian immediately brought them out and looked at the people in the sky. She saw the Immortal Guard on the small boat from afar. Chapter 45-76. Nia Linghua really wanted to know how the Immortal Guards were going to break through the barrier of the Divine Medicine Treasure City. He did not say anything because, in his opinion, it would require a very powerful force to instantly shatter the barrier. Blood Sword, I'll leave it to you. It's been a long time since I've asked you to do something like this. Go. The Immortal Guard released the blood sword of Absolute Een in his hand. This sword is blood red in color. Although it looks slender, it gives off a very terrifying feeling. Especially the strong smell of blood. It is very frightening. After the blood sword of Absolute Een flew out, it stabbed into the barrier and then continuously drilled into it. At the same time, the Immortal Guard also transmitted his energy into the blood sword of Absolute Een through the air. The blood sword of Absolute Een continued to stab outside the barrier. The tip of the sword overflowed with red energy and then began to drill inside. As the blood sword of Absolute Een gradually pierced in, the entire Divine Medicine Treasure City began to tremble violently. It gave off the feeling that the barrier would collapse at any moment. Xilian, who was watching from below, could no longer sit still. If this continued, a hole would definitely be pierced through the barrier. Then the blood sword of Absolute Een would pass through that hole and destroy the entire barrier. Therefore, she immediately flew out as fast as she could. Just as the Immortal Guard was seriously controlling the blood sword of Absolute Een, Xilian suddenly appeared beside her. This shocked many of the experts from the 5 powers. This was because Xilian had silently appeared beside them without them noticing. This was simply too frightening. One had to know that those sect leaders and elders were not weak at all. It's you. When the Immortal Guard saw Xilian's dreamy and beautiful face, he said in shock, "You dog, die far away." Xilian shouted angrily as a red sword appeared in her hand. Xilian was wearing a white dress. When she summoned the red sword, her white dress instantly turned red. Chaos Blood Sword! The Immortal Guard shouted in alarm. Nia Linghua's expression changed greatly. He was very clear about the origin of the Chaos Blood Sword. It was refined using an extremely mysterious chaos blood. Xilian's sword pierced forward, and a wave of blood energy enveloped the area, causing people to feel as if they were in a sea of blood. At the same time, their bodies felt cold and they were extremely terrified. Nia Linghua and the others ran extremely quickly because they were very clearly aware that such a battle wasn't something they could participate in at all. The Immortal Guards were very strong, but the woman fighting with them was equally terrifying. From the looks of it, She was even stronger than the immortal guards. Kai Lian's attacks were extremely ferocious. Right now, she looked like a demoness. With a spurt of energy, she knocked the immortal guards to the ground. The flying boat of the immortal guards was also destroyed by Kai Lian just now. After landing on the ground, the immortal guards were still being chased and beaten by Kai Lian. "My lord, help me!" The god guard suddenly roared. His chest suddenly split open, and then a black head burst out. This scene stunned everyone. Xinxiang was inside the Chaos Dragon Tree. When he saw this through the telescope, his scalp went numb. The chest of the immortal guard cracked open, and a black, malevolent head suddenly appeared. Only Kai Lian was not alarmed. She could see that she had seen it before. Therefore, she immediately stabbed him with her sword. What was terrifying was that the moment the human head opened its mouth, it spat out a very long and very flexible black tongue, entangling Kai Lian's chaos blood sword. "It's you, it's you. It's really you. You've been reborn. Ha ha ha." The human head stretched out its tongue and spoke at the same time. It looked extremely strange. "Die for me." Kai Lian was furious. Her other hand shot out a golden light blade, cutting off the tongue and sending the immortal guards flying. The back of the immortal guards suddenly split open, and two thick arms emerged. Chapter 45-77. Sage Etian is not here, and Xilian is not at her peak state. However, this is the first time they are fighting after so many years. Heavenly Mother and Heavenly Emperor are very anxious. However, they can't do anything because once they go out, they will be surrounded by the experts of the 5 factions. At that time, not only will they not be able to help Xilian, they will also distract her. Heavenly Mother anxiously took out her messaging talisman to contact Xinxiang. "Young Master Shen, are you watching?" Heavenly Mother asked, "Is there any way to help Sister Xilian? Her situation is not good." "I am watching. Don't worry. Her strength is not limited to this." Xinxiang looked at the distant sky. It looks like Xilian is being suppressed by the immortal guards. However, he can also see that Xilian is not using her strongest strength. Xilian has some misgivings because she is the only one fighting outside. If she uses all her strength and the opponent is prepared, the consequences will be very serious if she can't win. The current Kai Lian looked very angry, but she did not let it get to her head. She still maintained her calm. She had previously promised Xinxiang that she would do her best to protect the Divine Medicine Treasure City. If she used all her strength now, then the Divine Medicine Treasure City would also be in danger because of this. Xinxiang can see that Xilian is not using her strongest strength because she is not using Heavenly Mother Thousand Worlds art. Heavenly Mother Thousand Worlds art can be used for fighting, and its power is not small. However, Xilian has not used it since the beginning. It can be seen that Xilian is testing the strength of the immortal guards. Sage Etian is possessing the immortal guards. It is true that the immortal guards can erupt with terrifying strength. However, this is not sustainable. The immortal guards and Sage Etian cannot maintain this state for too long. As long as Xilian drags on, she will have a high chance of winning. "You are trying to stall for time, right?" The immortal guard sneered. "Even a child can see through your tricks. Xilian is silent. She is still fighting seriously. Let's attack together." The immortal guards suddenly shouted. Nie Linghua is the most decisive. He condensed a huge sword and stabbed it towards Xilian. The Heavenly Go, Sect Master, the Sect Masters, and elders of the other factions also reacted. The immortal guard didn't want to continue fighting with Kai Lian. This was because the immortal guard possessed by Sage Etian wouldn't last for long. Once the time was up, the immortal guard would return to his original form. At that time, Kai Lian would kill him. Although they were outnumbered, as long as they could get rid of Kai Lian, the Heavenly Mother Sage, they would be able to successfully invade the divine medicine treasure city. At this time, Yi Tianshu, Empress Tianmu, Li Minqing, and Tianyuan also joined the battle. Yi Tianshu and Empress Tianmu were mainly responsible for using the Heavenly Go Bell and Heavenly Mother Pearl to rescue Cailian. Tianyuan and Li Minqing, on the other hand, used divine talismans to disrupt those sect leaders and elders. The divine medicine treasured city's sudden attack disrupted the enemy's encirclement, protecting Cailian as she smoothly returned to the divine medicine treasured city's barrier. This barrier can't withstand a single blow. The Yin Immortal Guard immediately used his absolute Yin blood sword, just like before, to pierce through the barrier of the divine medicine treasure city. "Little Shu, little Xian, block it!" Kai Lian shouted. Xin Xiang heard Kai Lian shout, "Little Xian." Is that the name of Empress Tianmu? He immediately recalled that in his long journey, he did indeed know a woman with the name Xian. This woman's name was Han Jingxian. I'll ask her later. Xin Xiang thought of Han Jingxian. Indeed, they had only interacted for a short time. The two of them weren't particularly close. Yi Tianshu and Empress Tianmu immediately used the sage weapons in their hands. They cooperated with each other and floated in the air, attacking the power that was piercing through. The Heavenly Mother Pearl kept attacking the Heavenly Go Bell. The Heavenly Go Bell kept ringing, releasing sound waves that penetrated the barrier and dispersed the power of the absolute Yin blood sword. Chapter 4578. Kai Lian, Yi Tianshu, and Tianmu Palace Master all know that Xin Xiang is inside the tree. They also believe that the primal Chaos Dragon Tree will not be able to hold on any longer. Therefore, they all rushed over, wanting to save Xin Xiang. The surroundings of the big tree suddenly shook. Many huge tree roots were like sharp thorns that pierced into the sky from the ground. A large group of people from the 5 factions had just swooped down from the sky when their bodies were pierced and torn apart by the thorns. In an instant, a large number of people died. The most terrifying thing is that the ancient primal chaos tool fragments that fell around the primal chaos dragon tree were all taken away by the primal chaos dragon tree. That absolute Yin blood sword is a good thing, Granny Tree said excitedly. Although only fragments are left, it is still very good. A large number of fragments quickly entered the huge tree Hole Xinxiang is in and were absorbed by the 6 realms' divine mirrors to be used to refine tools. The roots of the primal chaos dragon tree are golden. Moreover, if one looked carefully, the tips of the roots are like the claws of a dragon. One can even see dragon scales. The tree roots waved chaotically. The people who fell through the hole in the barrier were killed by the tree roots in the blink of an eye. Even sect master Heavenly Go, Nialinghua, and the others did not dare to be careless when facing the roots of the primal chaos dragon tree, because if they were tied up, it was very likely that they would be crippled. What the hell is this thing? Seeing that the primal chaos dragon tree has such divine power, the Yin God guards possessed by Sage Heavenly Go are extremely shocked. This is a tree. It was made by the Sage Heavenly Mother. Nialinghua said, "No, this is not the power of the Sage Heavenly Mother." Sage Heavenly Go said, "The Sage Heavenly Mother is still very weak. She has just reconstructed her body not long ago. It is impossible for her to have this kind of ability." Because they knew that the Sage Heavenly Mother was in the divine medicine treasure city, Nialinghua and the others believed that she had built the divine medicine treasure city. The young servant Xin Xiang was just a cover. Now that they heard Sage Heavenly Go say this, Nialinghua and sect master Heavenly Go also reacted. It is very likely that the divine medicine treasure city was built by Xin Xiang. The person who could build such a city must have mastered some kind of profound technique. There are other experts here. We need to be careful. Sage Yi Tian suddenly reminded Nialinghua and the others. The roots of the primal chaos dragon tree were extremely ferocious. The most terrifying thing was that the roots were very difficult to break. The strength of this tree had already exceeded the imaginations of many people. Even the Heavenly Mother, Sage, and Tian-Shu did not expect the Chaos Dragon Tree to be this scary. One had to know that the Chaos Dragon Tree had been struck by the explosion of several primordial chaos artifacts, but not a single leaf had fallen. Now it was even blocking the attacks of the 5 factions' leaders and elders. Even the God guards possessed by Sage Tian could not do anything to the primal chaos dragon tree. Immortal guards, release all the ancient demonic prisoners you've captured. The heavenly ghost sage said, don't worry about it. Destroy that tree and capture the heavenly ghost saintess. Don't think about seizing this city. Yes, my lord. The immortal guards immediately took out a dozen huge beads, each of them as tall as half a person. These beads are pitch black. After being thrown out by the immortal guards, they fell to the ground and exploded with incomparably evil aura. As the aura exploded, a terrifying roar could be heard. Below them, 15 huge black apes appeared. Each of these black apes has a large number of spikes on their backs. Moreover, they are sticking out their long tongues. Their tongues secreted a black and disgusting, sticky substance. With one look, one can tell that it is highly toxic. The bodies of the black apes are very large. They are like small mountains. Their mouths are like crocodiles. They have very sharp, saw-like teeth. After biting the tree roots, they can actually peel off the scales of the tree roots and then cut the tree roots. The appearance of these black apes instantly reversed the situation. They can bite off the tree roots that are responsible for attacking and climb up the primal chaos dragon tree. Let's go. Nielinghui yelled, now. Without the obstruction of the primal chaos dragon tree, the 5 factions' leaders and elders all rushed down to kill. Kai Lian and the others can only fight. The primal chaos dragon tree is very tenacious. Many tree roots quickly grew out and pulled apart the black apes, preventing them from climbing up the tree. Chapter 45-79. Tian-Shu and the others were extremely anxious because there was a giant black ape at the entrance of the tree hole where Xinxiang was. However, they could not free themselves to chase it away. Nielinghui and the others also knew that Xinxiang should be hiding in that tree hole because Tian Yuan, Wu Mao, and the others were frantically rushing over. Even if they were injured, they could not care less. However, they were still stopped in the end. Tian-Shu, Tianmu Palace Master, and Li Minqing also wanted to rush over and chase away the giant black ape near the tree hole. However, they were all entangled by Nielinghui and the others and could not break out of their encirclement. Haha, that Xinxiang fellow is indeed very important. All of you are risking your lives to protect him. Uncle Yu said, we will soon take down Xinxiang. At that time, we will be able to grasp the secret of the formation of the divine medicine treasure city. The immortal guard shouted. At this moment, the immortal guard was floating in the air, healing his injuries. He could not fight. As for Kai Lian, she was also lying on the ground. Her body was sealed by the immortal guard's evil power, making her unable to move. Kai Lian looked at the tree hole and gritted her teeth. She was filled with regret. She knew that she had fallen into her old habit of being too arrogant. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the highest tree hole of the primal chaos dragon tree. Everyone immediately looked over. They saw that the giant black ape lying in the tree hole had been pierced through by a green lightning dragon head. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. The 100-meter-tall giant black ape was sent flying by a force and fell from a height of 10,000 meters. After landing, the giant black ape's body exploded with green lightning power, and its body was torn apart. Everyone present, including the immortal guard, knew how terrifying that giant black ape was. Even as an immortal guard, he had to spend many years before he could tame the giant black ape. However, it had been killed in an instant. Was this Xinxiang's power? Li Minqing and the others were pleasantly surprised. You guys have come to provoke me time and time again. How annoying. Xin Xiang's angry and cold voice rang out. The Yin Immortal Guard immediately realized that Xin Xiang was extremely powerful, although he didn't know why Xin Xiang didn't make a move before. Now that Xin Xiang had made a move, he had to make a move on Kai Lian as soon as possible. The Yin Immortal Guard immediately looked at Kai Lian. He wanted to take her as a hostage. Just as the Yin God guards were flying towards Kai Lian, Xin Xiang immediately threw out the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer transformed into a green bolt of lightning and charged towards the Yin God guards. In the blink of an eye, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer pierced through the Yin God guard's body. As for Shen Xiang, he followed closely behind and arrived beside the Yin Immortal Guards. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had teleported. Shen Xiang came to the side of the Yin Immortal Guards. His hands were like dragon claws as he clawed at the Yin Immortal Guards. Then he tore them apart from the middle, directly tearing their bodies apart. This Yin Immortal Guard also had all kinds of strange techniques. After his body was torn apart, a ball of red light flew out from his body. That was his soul trying to escape. Xin Xiang didn't have time to chase after him. Without the divine mirror of 6 paths by his side, he couldn't catch such a powerful soul. The Yin Immortal Guard's soul flew towards Nie Linghua. He wanted to attach himself to Nie Linghua's body and bestow his soul's power to Nie Linghua. Nie Linghua was currently fighting with Yi Tianshu. After the Yin Immortal Guard's soul entered his body, his strength suddenly increased. Xin Xiang came to Kai Lian's side. Her injuries were not light. Many tree roots appeared on the ground and wrapped around Kai Lian's body. Then, she brought Kai Lian to a safer place under the primal chaos dragon tree to recuperate. Shen Xiang looked towards Nie Linghua and immediately rushed over. With Yi Tianshu and Tian Mu's cultivation, they were no match for Nie Linghua. Chapter 4580. Mistress Tianmu, Li Minqing, and the others had also discovered that Xin Xiang had grown up. However, because he was flying too fast, they were unable to see his appearance clearly for the time being. In the Heavenly Mother Sacred Wasteland, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to break through the restrictions of flight. Shen Xiang did not need any flying ants to be able to fly in the air. Furthermore, his speed was extremely fast. Shen Xiang flew around under the primal chaos dragon tree at his fastest speed, specifically killing the people from the 5 powers who were entangled by the tree roots and vines. He had no idea what kind of status or cultivation level the people he killed had in the 5 powers. He only knew that they were all enemies who had invaded the divine medicine treasure city. These people held high positions and possessed a large amount of resources. They were all crazily begging for mercy, but the current Xin Xiang did not care about their resources at all. Xin Xiang dodged with a single slash. The sect leader of the Supreme 9 Palaces, the sect leader of the Life Soul Palace, and the sect leader of the 6 Soul Palace were all killed by Xin Xiang one by one. He didn't even know that he had killed these sect leaders and those elders. In just a short moment, most of the experts from the 5 powers had been killed by Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang came to Nie Linghua's side, stepped on Nie Linghua's face, and said coldly, "You all said that I need to have enough strength to be worthy of owning this city. Then am I not worthy now?" Nie Linghua looked at Xin Xiang with a face full of fear. One had to know that within Nie Linghua's soul, there were still Yin Immortal Guards. The Yin Immortal Guards were very clear on how terrifying Xin Xiang's strength was. If he continued to grow, he might even be comparable to a sage. You, Brother Xin, with your talent, if you were to join Sage Yi Tian's camp and join forces with him, you would definitely be able to rule this proud universe. Nie Linghua said, but this was the Yin Immortal Guard's intention. Then, do you know who created this proud universe? Xin Xiang frowned and said, I created it. You can go to hell now. With that, Xin Xiang chopped Nie Linghua's body into pieces. You stole my primordial chaos dragon fruit in exchange for my life. You asked for it. Xin Xiang floated in the air, looking around. The five forces' attack this time was mainly focused on the primal chaos dragon tree. They did not cause too much damage to other places, although they had exterminated all the enemies that had come to attack them. Xin Xiang was very clear that the greatest threat was in the Middle Holy Continent. There was Sage Etian there. Other than that, the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate was definitely related to some secrets, such as the Heavenly Mother Heart Palace and the Heavenly Mother Origin Heart. Shen Xiang immediately returned to the tree hole. He wanted to look at the 6 realms mirrors and put a large amount of souls into the 6 realms mirrors. The souls of Nielinghua, the immortal guards, and the others were all taken away by Shen Xiang. These could all be used to refine soul energy and then used to strengthen the primal chaos dragon tree. Empress Tian Mu and Yi Tian Shu were supporting each other. They were both slightly injured and very tired. We are so weak. Empress Tian Mu looked at the desolated ground and sighed. Young Master Shin's strength alone was enough to exterminate them. He is indeed him. Do you know Xin Xiang very well? Yi Tian Shu asked. I do, but I don't understand. Empress Tian Mu shook her head. In short, he should have had such great strength. Let's go back first. Yi Tian Shu said. Li Minqing, Tian Yuan, and the others sent people to clean up this place. They definitely could not let Xin Xiang worry about this kind of thing. At this moment, they were even more in awe of Xin Xiang. The strength that Shen Xiang had displayed was simply terrifying to the extreme. He had actually exterminated so many strong enemies by himself. Those were the strongest forces of the 5 forces. Elders, sect masters, so many experts had been killed by one person. At this moment, Aunt Yan was still in shock as she followed Yi Tianshu to Empress Tian Mu's sacred palace. Then she would turn back to look at the huge and majestic primal chaos dragon tree. Little Shu, then, is young Master Shin still your servant? Aunt Yan asked. Previously, she had thought that Xin Xiang was nothing special. However, now, the strength that Xin Xiang had displayed had completely shocked her. I have already removed that contract. Yi Tianshu said. I have already said that he is not simple. When she had met Xin Xiang, his cultivation was still very weak. However, he had cultivated the 2nd level of the Soul Sea Realm. Chapter 4581. Xin Xiang knows that Xue Xianxian and the others came to the Tianmu Sacred Desolate long ago, but he couldn't contact them. That's why he thought that they are in the Tianmu Heart Palace, because only in this kind of place there is a strong spatial resistance, so he couldn't contact them. I can contact Sister Zillian, but I can't contact my wife. As long as she is in the Tianmu Sacred Desolate, I should be able to contact her. Xin Xiang said, the Tianmu Heart Palace is also in the Tianmu Sacred Desolate, but it might be a space. That's why I guessed that my wife has already arrived at the Tianmu Heart Palace. However, Xalian's current focus is not on the Tianmu Heart Palace. Brother Xin, is that really your wife? How can a womanizer like you have a wife? Xalian said, Lian, I'm talking about serious matters. Xin Xiang rolled his eyes. This Lian, personality Xalian, doesn't seem to care about the Tianmu Heart Palace and the Tianmu Origin Heart. I'm also talking about serious matters. Is your wife prettier than me? Xalian continued to ask with a teasing smile on her face. Yes, she's much prettier than you. Xin Xiang curled his lips and said, Of course, you're also not bad. Humph, stinking man. Xalian snorted. Actually, something seems to have happened between her and Xin Xiang, but it didn't completely happen. Previously, she was only very close to Xin Xiang. Furthermore, only her Lian, or personality, is interested in Xin Xiang. Furthermore, her feelings for Xin Xiang are inherited from the gentle Zillian. Therefore, whether Xalian is really interested in Xin Xiang or not, even Xalian herself doesn't know. After all, She still has the Lotus Empress personality and the Tianmu personality. At most, these two personalities only acknowledge Xinxiang's strength. In addition, they have no emotions, so it's unlikely that they would have an ambiguous relationship with Xinxiang like Lian. Why is your wife looking for the Tianmu Heart Palace? Psy Lian also became serious and asked. It was entrusted by the Tianmu spirit race. Xinxiang simply explained that the Tianmu spirit race had entrusted them to help find the Tianmu life spirit. Those women, they are really powerful. Kai Lian glanced at Xinxiang and said, You seem to know the women of 100 Flowers world very well. Of course, I've known them for many years. Xinxiang sighed. After I was hit by the forgetting origin mantra, they all forgot. Now, only a few of them have their memories restored by me. Kai Lian slightly clenched her teeth and snorted a few times. She could guess that in 100 Flowers heaven and earth, there were definitely many women who had a very close relationship with Xinxiang. Meeting Kai Lian's resentful gaze, Xinxiang spread his hands and said, Lian, I will also help you find the Heavenly Mother's Heart Palace and the Heavenly Mother's Heart. Don't mind what method I use. I know. Kai Lian said, You are worse than I thought. Now that you've recovered, what are your plans? Xinxiang asked. Of course, we're going to the central holy state. Sage Yi Tian is there. I want to find him and settle this once and for all. Kai Lian said. Can you beat him? Xinxiang doesn't believe that the current Kai Lian can beat Sage Yi Tian. I can, Kai Lian said. You couldn't even deal with that group of trash, and you want to kill Sage Yi Tian? Xinxiang curled his lips and said, Don't forget your current injuries were caused by the Yin God guards. Right? Aren't you Lian Er's personality? Why are you so arrogant? Don't look down on me. Back when I was still 9-colored Lotus Emperor. Even if there were dozens of times more trash like before, they still wouldn't be my match. Kai Lian said, I'm just too weak now. Wait until I go to the central holy state. My strength will recover a lot. Lian why will your strength recover when you go to the central holy state? Xinxiang is somewhat curious and asked, Could it be that there is something hidden in the central holy state that can help you recover your strength? Yes, my fate is in the central holy state. I had a universe fate seed, but it was snatched away. Kai Lian said that fate seed should be sealed somewhere in the central holy state. Its main purpose is to maintain the operation of the Heavenly Mother's sacred desolate. Xinxiang is greatly startled. Granny Linglong said that she has a universe fate seed. However, Kai Lian also has a universe fate seed, and it seems to be a very mature one. Otherwise, it would not have been taken out and placed in the central holy state. Are you sure that universe fate seed can help you recover your strength? Xinxiang wants to ask more about universe fate seed. I'm sure, Kai Lian said. I don't know where universe fate seed is. However, the Yin God guards and the dozen or so black giant apes came from the central holy state. I can sense the energy fluctuations of universe fate seed from their bodies. What? You mean that the energy emitted by your universe fate seed has been absorbed by them? Xinxiang said with frown. Won't this weaken your universe fate seed? That's not it either. This is my universe life providence. It can gather a lot of energy in the middle sacred state and then give the energy some attributes. It can make the energy different from the universe. Kai Lian said, This is the power of the universe life providence. Why do you have a universe fate seed? What's a birth chart? Xinxiang increasingly feels that Kai Lian is not simple. She should be very special among the 4 great sages. Chapter 4582. After Xinxiang flew out, he immediately soared into the sky and looked at the situation in the sky. What's going on with the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate? Why do I feel more and more that this Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate, is hiding an extremely terrifying power? Xinxiang looked at the black vortex formed by the dark clouds in the sky. It seemed to be condensing energy, and it was aimed right at the primal chaos dragon tree. The vortex looked very terrifying, like a super giant beast opening its mouth, as if it could devour the entire divine medicine treasure city at any moment. However, Shen Xiang did not sense any particularly strong energy fluctuations. Right now, the lightning that was attacking the barrier of the divine medicine treasure city was all lightning. Furthermore, the lightning did not come from the center of the black cloud vortex, so it looked very strange. The lightning that was attacking the barrier did not seem to be particularly strong. When it struck the barrier, it did not hurt or itch. At this moment, Tianmu Palace Mistress and Yi Tianshu also walked out of the Tianmu Sacred Palace and looked at the situation in the sky. They also saw that he was floating in the sky. His body was emitting a golden light. From time to time, lightning would fall on his body, but it did not cause any harm to him. Could it be the sage Yi Tian of the Middle Holy State? Yi Tianshu already knew why the saintess of Yi Tian existed. If sage Yi Tian did not quickly come to find Yi Tianshu, then he might very well be tortured by the devil curse again. I don't know, I'll ask young Master Shin. Tianmu Palace Mistress took out a message and contacted Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang only said that he did not know and told them to hide for the time being and prepare for battle. Kai Lian was still very weak at the moment. She could feel that something was wrong with the energy, so she also flew out shakily. She flew to the top of the primal chaos dragon tree's crown and looked at the incomparably huge black cloud vortex. This is... Kai Lian immediately shouted at Xin Xiang, "Hurry up and leave. This might be the power of the devil curse." When Shen Xiang heard this, he was also shocked. He immediately came to Kai Lian's side and supported her, bringing her back into the tree hole. "How can you run out like this? Your injuries haven't healed yet." Shen Xiang carried her and placed her on a bed. "I felt the aura of a curse, so I went out to take a look." Xilian closed her eyes and sighed. "I don't know why this kind of curse appeared, and I don't know if it's a curse directed at me." "A curse targeted at you?" Shin Xiang said. "Aren't these curses all achieved through other people? For example, making others betray you? That's why I'm not sure if it's a curse, but it's definitely a very powerful curse." Kai Lian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up and said seriously, "It's also possible that this is the power of a curse. Someone is cursing me. Who could it be?" Shin Xiang took a deep breath and said, "Could it be Sage Yi Tian? Did he cast the curse? Will he cast a curse?" "Definitely. Curses, this kind of thing. The 4 great sages are more or less capable." Kai Lian said, "I heard that when it comes to evil curses, Transcendent 9 palaces are the strongest. Later on, 6 great families also grasped Fate's spirit. However, I killed the elders of Transcendent 9 palaces and 6 soul palaces. Their souls were also captured by me." Shin Xiang said, "You might not know, but Transcendent 9 palaces is also supported by Sage Yi Tian." Kai Lian said, "I only heard that Sage Yi Tian and Sage Yi Tian created a few sects together. Transcendent 9 palaces and heaven illuminating sect might have been created by them." Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "Heavenly Mother Sage, you are still very weak. You can't resist this kind of powerful curse. I will advise you one last time. Obediently admit defeat and personally come to Central Holy State to find me to remove the curse. Otherwise, this curse will make you suffer a fate worse than death." This is Sage Yi Tian's voice. Indeed, this is a curse. Moreover, it was cast by Sage Yi Tian. Kai Lian wanted to respond, but Shen Xiang stopped her, not allowing her to go out. "Sage Yi Tian, wait for me in Central Holy State. I will personally come to Central Holy State to take your dog life." Shin Xiang replied, "Ha ha ha, you still refuse to admit it. Just wait and see how ugly the Heavenly Mother will become after she is cursed. Ha ha ha." Sage Yi Tian laughed and said, "By the way, when you come to the Middle Holy State, remember to bring Yi Tian Shu with you. This is the only chance to save the Heavenly Mother." After Sage Yi Tian's voice was transmitted, the people of Divine Medicine Treasure City also heard it. Not long ago, they were shocked that Shen Xiang's strength was so terrifying that he could sweep the five forces with one person's strength. In their eyes, this was much stronger than those sages. Therefore, they believed that Shen Xiang should be able to resolve this crisis. However, there are also a few people who believe that Shen Xiang is powerless against the curse. Chapter 4583. Shen Xiang looked at the gentle and haggard beauty in his arms and felt his heart ache. He hated himself for being too weak and not being able to stop this kind of thing. Facing the curse, he really doesn't have the power to stop it, especially a curse that came out of nowhere. It must be known that even he is being entangled by this curse. Quickly leave, Salian urged and pushed Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang did not move, then hugged her tightly and kissed her. Salian struggled at first, because she hoped that Shen Xiang would leave quickly. However, Shen Xiang refused to leave. "After I am cursed, I will definitely be very ugly. You should quickly leave." Salian's tears fell as she sobbed sadly. "No." Shen Xiang shook his head. "I want to be with you. When the curse descends, it will be your most painful and unbearable moment. I want to be with you." Shen Xiang let her lean on his chest, then gently caressed her enchanting and dreamy jade face and said, "Don't be afraid. I will think of a way to share the pain for you. Big brother Shen, do you know? Lian Er's personality was born because of you." At this moment, Salian can only accept Shen Xiang's feelings for her. She leaned on Shen Xiang's chest and said softly, "Did you not have this personality before?" Shen Xiang asked. "No." This was separated from Purple Lotus Shinro's consciousness. Salian said, "Because they both value this part of their personality very much. This is also the reason why Purple Lotus rejected me in the beginning. She didn't recognize me, so I could only split with her. But after splitting, why do you have Lian Er's personality?" Shen Xiang asked. "Because I was very curious why Purple Lotus and Shinro were unwilling to separate this kind of emotion. I also chose to copy this personality. Heavenly Mother's personality and Lotus Emperor's personality are very strong. Even if I keep this personality, I can still cut it off if I don't want it in the future." Salian said, "Then what about now? Will the Lotus Empress and Heavenly Mother still cut you apart?" Shen Xiang asked. I don't know. Kai Lian sighed. "It's a pity that they don't have feelings, so my relationship with you will be very strange. Sigh, especially when the curse descends. I don't know what will happen to me." Shen Xiang and Kai Lian said this to distract her from her anxiety and to make her feel a trace of warmth as much as possible. Not long after, the center of the huge black vortex in the sky suddenly turned red, and then a burst of red light burst out. A black ray of light fell, and the power of the curse descended. "They're here. It's not too late for you to leave now." Kai Lian shouted and tried to push Shen Xiang away. Shen Xiang also felt a very strong curse power descending. "No, it's coming for me." Shen Xiang suddenly shouted and pushed Kai Lian to the entrance of the tree hole. "Grandma Tree, protect Salian." Shen Xiang's expression suddenly changed, but he was more happy in his heart because this curse power was not aimed at the weak Kai Lian. "What's going on? Why is the curse power on your side?" Kai Lian shouted in alarm. At this moment, she was also entangled by many tree vines and was taken away by Grandma Tree. At this time, she suddenly recalled Ezelian's memories. Shen Xiang once took away Ezelian's fate vein spirit. It's fate vein spirit. You took away Ezelian's fate vein spirit and transferred it to your soul. Before Kai Lian was taken away, she cried and shouted loudly at Shen Xiang. Why am I not the one cursed? You will be in great pain. Zilian was cursed before. Then Xinxiang went into the depths of her soul and discovered Fate Vein Spirit. Fate Vein Spirit is very special. Although it can be taken away, it can only be transferred to other people's soul. It was Xinxiang who personally came in contact with Zilian's Fate Vein Spirit. So Fate Vein Spirit took the initiative to run into Xinxiang's soul. At that time, Zilian had said that if someone cursed her in the future, it would definitely be Xinxiang who would bear it. When Xinxiang heard Kai Lian mention this, he also remembered this. Otherwise, he would have almost forgotten about it. Come. Xinxiang immediately took away the 6 realms mirrors that he was cultivating and gave Grandma Tree some instructions. Then he rushed out of the primal chaos dragon tree's tree hole and flew high into the sky. Chapter 4584. Lian, our little master, is still alive. Granny Tree suddenly said, I have a very deep and close connection with him. If he dies, I will be able to feel it. After hearing Granny Tree's voice, Lian was also very surprised. Are you the soul of this tree? Lian asked. Yes, little master calls me Granny Tree. Granny Tree said with a smile, Don't treat me as an outsider. There are still many things for you to do. Does he have any plans? Lian asked. There is a communication talisman here. Through this communication talisman, you can contact Zilian. Granny Tree said, Only here, and through me, can you contact Zilian who is far away. Then can I contact Brother Shin now? Lian wiped away her tears and grabbed a communication talisman from the tree hole. This is also the communication talisman that Xinxiang hurriedly left behind. He knew that Granny Tree would definitely help him explain things to Lian. No, his current state should not have recovered yet. Granny Tree said, Go and contact Zilian first and see how to continue Little Master's plan. Lian closed her eyes because she is still Lian. She needs the Lotus Empress personality or the Heavenly Mother personality to deal with this matter. Granny Tree continued to help her heal so that she could change into the Lotus Empress personality. After the Lotus Empress personality appeared, her expression was very dignified. Her eyes also revealed a trace of sadness and melancholy. Xinxiang bore the terrifying curse for her. Of course, she is very grateful to Xinxiang. She is also very sad. Moreover, she has an unprecedented complex emotion. She contacted Zilian through the communication talisman left behind by Xinxiang. Zilian, it's me. Lian said, I am Lotus Empress now. How can it be you? Where is Xinxiang? Zilian immediately realized something and shouted anxiously, What happened to Xinxiang? Didn't I tell you to protect him? You didn't do what you promised me. I'm sorry. Lian can only apologize. If it was Lian Er's personality now, she might have already burst into tears. Is he still alive? Zilian calmed down and hurriedly asked, Tell me, what's the situation? He's still alive. Lian immediately told Zilian the whole story. When Zilian found out that Xinxiang had become very strong and was able to kill the 5 forces, she was very happy in her heart. However, when she thought about the terrifying curse that Xinxiang was currently suffering from, her heart burned with anxiety. Back then, he accidentally discovered the Fate bloodline soul in my soul and transferred it away. That's how you managed to escape. You, Zilian, sighed. Perhaps this is fate. He is the one destined to be bound to us. What's your plan? Xinxiang seems to have a plan to protect this divine medicine treasure city. Kai Lian asked. And this plan was originally proposed by me. Zilian also told this plan to Kai Lian. He wanted the divine medicine treasured city to plunder and hoard most of the resources in the Celestial Mother Holy Desolate Lands. Then, before the Celestial Mother Holy Desolate Lands was destroyed, the divine medicine treasured city would leave. This way, they would be able to obtain large amounts of resources and allow the Celestial Mother's sacred palace to develop and strengthen. This plan is very good. After Kai Lian heard this, she praised in her heart. She did not expect that Zillion had always been thinking for the Celestial Mother spirit race, and she, the Celestial Mother Sage, rarely had any contact with the Celestial Mother spirit race after the universe Divine Sea left. At this moment, she also felt deep guilt in her heart. I'll go to the Divine Medicine Treasured City now. Originally, Shen Xiang wanted me to go to the Middle Sacred State to look for the Tao Creation Sage. But now that something like this has happened, I can only go to the Divine Medicine Treasured City first. Zillion sighed. What about him? Don't tell me we're not going to look for Shen Xiang? Kai Lian blamed herself in her heart. She wanted to look for Shen Xiang. There's no need to look for him for the time being. The primal chaos dragon tree said that he's not dead yet, so he'll be fine for the time being. Don't forget, he's the one who created the 6 Tao cultivation laws and can even refine a small life spirit. Zillion said he can survive. All right, come over. I also need you by my side. Kai Lian now only feels that she is very weak. She hopes that her clones are all here so that when needed, they can fuse together to become stronger. Chapter 4585. Shen Xiang is not clear now. This curse in his second-level soul C. In the end, in what kind of state? He can temporarily seal this curse power in his second soul C. However, this is the curse power released by Sage, Heavenly Go. He can only stabilize it temporarily. He is worried that something else will happen in the future. It can't be said that I picked it up for free because I am still unable to refine this curse power. Shen Xiang said, the power of the curse is indeed very strong. It should have taken the Sage of Heaven Go many years to prepare this curse. Big brother, the curse power has entered your second soul C. It definitely belongs to you. You can refine it bit by bit. Xiao Jing smiled and said, you can combine it with other things to absorb this curse power. That's right. In the future, I will have to study how to absorb and refine this curse power. Shen Xiang still feels a headache, so he can only rest for the time being. Sage, Heavenly Go originally thought that he could curse the Sage, Heavenly Mother. However, he did not expect that this powerful curse would deviate to Shen Xiang's side. However, he did not think that this was a big problem. As long as Shen Xiang was cursed, he could use Shen Xiang to threaten Silian or Yi Tianshu. Furthermore, without Shen Xiang, the Divine Medicine Treasure City would not be able to hold on. However, Sage Heavenly Go, who was far away in the Middle Sacred State, felt like he had fallen flat on his face. This was because he felt that the state of the curse was very strange. He felt that it was not completely successful. Middle Sacred State, Sage Mountain, inside a palace, Sage Heavenly Go, who looked like a scholarly middle-aged man, sat in the main seat of the hall. He frowned and said, the curse has taken effect, but it is not completely effective. What is going on? There were 11 people in the hall. There were men and women, tall and short. There were even giants that were more than 3 meters tall. Wind God guards, go to the Divine Medicine Treasure City and investigate what is going on. I want to know the whereabouts of Shen Xiang. Sage Heavenly Go said, yes, my lord. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. After she finished speaking, she immediately turned into a gust of wind and flew away. My lord, the Yin God guards were all killed by Shen Xiang. If the Wind God guards go, can they win? A tall man asked. You don't understand. Sage Yi Tian smiled and said, I have divined Shen Xiang's fate in marriage. Shen Xiang is a very romantic man. He will not be able to pass the test of a beauty. Although the Wind God guards are female and their strength is also at the bottom of your group, who among you can resist her allure? Shen Xiang was still in the gray forest. He did not know where he was. He only felt that he was far away from the Divine Medicine Treasure City, and was not even in the eastern profound prefecture. "Sister Jing, where are we?" Xinxiang asked. "Can you bring me back to the divine medicine treasure city immediately?" "Big brother, I used a lot of energy to teleport you away. Although I can travel through space for a long distance, it consumes a lot of energy." Little sister Xiao Jing said softly, "If we teleport back, I'm afraid we won't have enough heavenly origin crystal left." "Huh?" Xinxiang was also shocked. The situation was too urgent at that time, so I didn't bring too many heavenly origin crystal. This is my fault. Little sister Xiao Jing also blamed herself. "It's all right. I was in a hurry to bring you away. I didn't think too much about it." Xinxiang said, "We can just walk back. Although the Tianmu sacred wasteland is very big, it's not so big that it's boundless." He took out the communication talisman and tried to contact the divine medicine treasure city. He realized that he couldn't contact them, even through the 6 realms mirrors, which meant that they were quite far away. The reason why he was able to contact Yuzilian from afar was because he had passed through the primal chaos dragon tree. "Sister Jing, the spatial orb has already been upgraded. Logically speaking, your spatial energy should have also increased by a lot. But now, through the spatial energy of the 6 realms mirrors, I am unable to contact the divine medicine treasure city." Xinxiang was very suspicious about this. According to the current power of the spatial orb, it shouldn't be unreachable. Little sister Xiao Jing was also very puzzled and said, "Big brother, could it be that this place is the location of the Heavenly Mother's Heart Palace?" "Ah, but how did you teleport to this place?" Xinxiang asked anxiously. "This place does indeed have a very solid space, which is why it is difficult to break through the spatial wall." "I don't know either. It seems like I was guided here by a burst of spatial energy. If the space here is really sturdy, then I shouldn't be able to bring you in." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, why don't you take out the spatial orb and give it a try?" Xinxiang immediately took out the spatial orb and activated it to release spatial energy. As the spatial orb continuously released spatial energy, Xinxiang also closed his eyes to sense the energy fluctuations. What was the state of the surrounding space like? After an hour of testing and trying, Xinxiang also discovered the problem. It's not that the space here is too sturdy, but that there's an energy in this place that's interfering with the space. Xinxiang frowned. What kind of energy is this? To actually be able to do this? As he said that, he took out a few communication talisman and threw them far away. He then used the 6 realms mirrors to send messages to these communication talisman one by one. Chapter 4586. At this time, Xinxiang was holding the 6 realms mirrors and flying in the air. He did not sit on the 6 realms mirrors, as he tried his best not to let the 6 realms mirrors consume too much energy. Although he was very strong now and did not need the 6 realms mirrors to participate in the battle, he needed the 6 realms mirrors as a guarantee. If he faced a stronger enemy and had the 6 realms mirrors to use, he would be more at ease. Right now, the 6 realms mirrors was only checking if there were any soul fluctuations. They wanted to find other people in this gray area as soon as possible and understand what kind of place this was. However, after flying for several days, he still could not find anyone else. He tried to fly very high, but he was pulled back by a force and could not fly any higher. Kai Lian called Yi Tianshu and the Tianmu Palace to the highest tree hole in the primal chaos dragon tree. She told them to place their communication talismans here and contact Xinxiang. This was because here the communication talisman could contact people even further away. For example, it could contact Zilian, who was far away. However, after trying, they could not contact Xinxiang's communication talisman. Where is young Master Shen? Tianmu Palace mistress was worried. She knew that Xinxiang was still alive, but she was worried that Xinxiang had fallen into danger or something. If Xinxiang was seriously injured and still in a coma, Then even if he was still alive, it was unknown when he would wake up. He might be in a place where space is severely isolated. Grandma Tree said. Kai Lian immediately thought of a place. Shen Xiang had previously told her that he could not contact his wife. He believed that his wife was in the Tianmu Heart Palace because there was a strong spatial barrier there. Could it be that he went to find his wife? Kai Lian whispered. He said before that his wife is also in the Tianmu Sacred Wasteland. Yes, his women are all in the Tianmu Sacred Wasteland. Furthermore, I have received them before. Tianmu Palace mistress nodded and said he has always missed them. It is normal for him to look for them now. Kai Lian was a little curious. She wanted to ask about Shen Xiang's women, but she couldn't. After all, she was now the Lotus Emperor's personality, so she wasn't that gossipy. If it was Lianer's personality, she would definitely not be able to resist asking. Sister Tsai, how are you recovering now? Yi Tianshu asked. Sage, Yi Tian will not give up. We should be fighting again soon. This time, I don't want to be as cowardly as before. She looked at the shrinking Heavenly Go Bell in her hand and continued. I don't want to use this Heavenly Go Bell anymore because it belongs to Sage Heavenly Go. Your Heavenly Mother Myriad Worlds art can create powerful divine items. Can you help me modify the Heavenly Go Bell? I have been recovering well for the past few days. Yi Tianshu said, I can help you modify the Heavenly Go Bell. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Psyllian. Yi Tianshu was very happy. If she continued using the Heavenly Go Bell, she would be reminded of Sage Heavenly Go. Right now, Sage Yi Tian was an extremely disgusting existence in her heart. Elder Sister Tianmu, do you still remember me? I have some matters that I would like to discuss with you in private. A soft and gentle voice suddenly sounded from above the Chaos Dragon Tree. Sister Kai Lian, who is this? Empress Tianmu asked softly. Is it an enemy? It's the enemy's lackey, Kai Lian said coldly. She is one of the Sage Heavenly Go's 12 guards, the Wind God Guard. What is she doing here? Yi Tianshu's expression became murderous. She said, These bastards deserve to die. Calm down first. I will go and talk to her. I am worried that Shen Xiang has fallen into their hands, Kai Lian said. After all, Shen Xiang is cursed. They might be able to sense where Shen Xiang is. Speaking of Shen Xiang's possible fate, Empress Tianmu bit her lips. She felt very uncomfortable. If Shen Xiang had fallen into the hands of Sage Heavenly Go, he would have been tortured very badly. She really wanted to see Shen Xiang. After all, she had become very beautiful. She wanted to use her beautiful face to be honest with Shen Xiang. However, Shen Xiang had been cursed and his whereabouts were unknown. Kai Lian immediately flew into the sky. Through the barrier, she saw the beautiful and gentle Wind God Guard wearing a blue dress. What are you doing here? Kai Lian said coldly. Are you here to die? Elder Sister Tianmu, I am here because I am worried about you. The Wind God Guard faintly sighed and said, After being separated for so many years, I missed you very much. When I heard that you were here, I secretly came here. Cut the crap. Sage Heavenly Go is a scoundrel. Why did he send you here? Kai Lian did not fall for this. In the past, Sage Heavenly Go and Empress Tianmu were sworn siblings. In the end, Sage Heavenly Go ambushed her. Back then, the 12 guards were also involved. Chapter 4587. Shen Xiang is not dead and we can't contact him. It is very likely that he has entered the southern fallen forest. It seems like we can only wait for Zillion to arrive before making any plans. Psyllian can't immediately rush into the southern fallen forest to find Shen Xiang, because she still can't confirm whether he is inside or not. Sage Yi Tian looked at the Wind God Guards and said, Shen Xiang is in Divine Medicine Treasure City? Did the Heavenly Mother tell you this? Yes, she replied very decisively. She said that Shen Xiang is fine. Wind God Guard said. Xinxiang is not in Divine Medicine Treasure City. Sage Etian said. You don't have the aura of the curse on your body. Xinxiang is under such a powerful curse. The curse power on his body should have covered a large area. Master, since Xinxiang is not in Divine Medicine Treasure City, shouldn't we attack the city as soon as possible? A middle-aged man asked. No, we must clearly understand Xinxiang's current situation. Is he cursed or not? Sage Etian said. For so many years, I have placed so many curses, but I have never encountered such a situation. If I don't understand, I won't be at ease. Master, why is this happening? What is the reason? Someone asked. I don't know. However, I am guessing that Xinxiang used some method to transfer the curse to himself. However, if the curse is transferred to him, then he will definitely be cursed, and I will be able to sense his location. Sage Etian shook his head and said, You can't sense it now. Someone asked. I can't sense it. It is a very vague feeling. I only know that the curse power is still there, and it is very abundant. It is as if the curse power has not completely erupted. Sage Etian said while shaking his head. However, it is impossible for Xinxiang's strength to suppress the curse power. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to suppress it. That curse power was refined by me using the souls of millions and millions of living beings. Master, could it be that the curse failed? Someone asked. Because the curse power was suddenly transferred, the curse failed. Impossible. If the curse failed, the power of the curse would explode. If that curse energy had erupted, it would have been impossible for the Divine Herb Treasure City not to have any aura at all. Sage Etian shook his head again. My lord, can you calculate the location of Xinxiang? A middle-aged man asked. I can try. However, this would require a huge expenditure. The consumption of divinations in the Heavenly Mother, Holy Wilderness, is too great. Sage Etian sighed. However, we can only make a guess now. If we do not figure out Xinxiang's situation, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. This was because Xinxiang's appearance had disrupted Sage Etian's rhythm. Moreover, Sage Etian felt somewhat fearful. First, it was Xinxiang's ability to create the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Then, it was Xinxiang's ability to transfer curses. In the eyes of Sage Etian, this was an extremely terrifying and unknown power. Thus, he had to figure out Xinxiang's situation. Sage Etian took out a saber and cut open his chest. Then he took out 2 small golden hearts and placed them on a black disc. Then he closed his eyes and smashed the 2 golden hearts on the disc with his palm. Immediately golden light burst out. The black disc suddenly turned red and emitted an evil red light. Everyone is calmly watching. They all know that their lord has lost 2 hearts to calculate the location of Xinxiang. This is a great injury to his vitality. 6 hours later, Sage Etian opened his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. My lord, what is the result? A middle-aged man with a sword on his back hastily asked. This person is the Sword God Guard. Xinxiang is not in the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Sage Etian said, That bitch Heavenly Mother. She is indeed deceiving me. Wind God Guard cursed in low voice. I will tear apart that mouth of hers that deceived me. Where is Xinxiang? Sword God Guard asked. Clearly, he wants to fight Xinxiang. He also wants to see how strong Xinxiang is. He is in the Southern Fallen Forest. He has gone to the Southern Fallen Forest. Moreover, his condition is very good. He has not been cursed. Instead, he has suppressed the curse. Sage Etian said in deep voice, This child must die, because he has already seen through the heavenly go curse. Soon, he will be able to completely restrain the deviant heaven curse. My lord, how could the deviant heaven curse be seen through? This, Sword God Guard said in shock. I came from deviant heaven. Our curse has never been seen through before. Sage Etian shook his head and said, I also don't know how he did it. If we cannot capture him alive, then we must kill him. We cannot let him reveal the flaw of the deviant heaven curse. My lord, what is deviant heaven? Sword Godguard asked curiously, You have mentioned it many times. I am just asking out of curiosity. What is deviant heaven? I also don't know. I only know that it is difficult for me to escape the curse of deviant heaven. Even though I escaped to this place, I named myself Deviant Heaven Curse. Therefore, I named myself Heavenly Chess. I want to compete with the heavens. Heavenly Chess Sage said. Then what about Heavenly Mother? Did she also come from Deviant Heaven? Wind God Guard asked. Chapter 4588. When the Tao Creation Sage saw that the 11 divine guards were facing a great enemy, each of them were filled with killing intent, but they were also filled with fear. He could not help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not your lord. I can't take advantage of someone's precarious position. The Tao Creation Sage chuckled, slowly stroked his long beard, and said, I'm here to discuss something with him. The Heavenly Ghost Sage, who had just left the inner sect of the main hall, immediately returned. Heavenly Go Brat, long time no see. Looking at your appearance, did you just use the heaven-seeking plate? I say, you, why are you always prying into heaven's secrets? You will die very quickly like this. The Tao Creation Sage laughed. Old thing, what are you doing here? The Heavenly Ghost Sage said coldly, Are you going to take advantage of my weakness to make a move? How is that possible? To be honest, I am also in a period of weakness. If I fight with you, the result will be that both of us will suffer, and then the Sage of Tian Fa will take advantage of us. The Tao Creation Sage laughed mischievously and said, The Sage of Tian Fa has been following me, looking for an opportunity to make a move on me. When the Heavenly Ghost Sage found out that the Sage of Tian Fa was nearby, his expression became even more unsightly. He almost could not help but curse loudly. It can be seen that the current Weekim is also very afraid of the Sage of Tian Fa. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The Sage of Tian Fa will not make a move on you. If he makes a move on you, then I will hide at the side. When both of you are injured, the one who will take advantage of you is me. The Tao Creation Sage laughed. Then what did you come to talk to me about? What do we have to talk about? The Heavenly Ghost Sage said coldly. I want to ask, what did you use the heaven-seeking plate to ask? The Tao Creation Sage laughed. Why should I tell you? The Heavenly Ghost Sage snorted. You also know that the price of using the heaven-seeking plate is very high. Otherwise, I would not be like this. So why should I tell you? I know that you are very curious about Shenxiang. The Tao Creation Sage laughed, and I just happen to know Shenxiang. You know him? The Heavenly Ghost Sage frowned. Then tell me, what's going on with him? You tell me first. What did you use to ask the heavens? The Tao Creation Sage said. You speak first. I will speak later. Sage Etian suddenly stood up and said, If you are not sincere, then let's not talk about it. Shenxiang has a life. The Tao Creation Sage smiled and then continued. He has this life of the world-defying universe. After Sage Etian heard this, his entire body trembled. Then his pupils constricted as he looked at the Tao Creation Sage and said, Why is that? He doesn't look like a person with a destiny. It is your turn. Have you found out where Shenxiang is through the heaven-seeking plate? The Tao Creation Sage guessed that the Heavenly Sage was searching for Shenxiang. He is in the southern fallen forest. Sage Etian said, Farewell. The Tao Creation Sage also suddenly disappeared. Damned old man. Sage Etian roared furiously. The 11 divine guards did not dare to speak, because they were also frightened by the momentum of the Tao Creation Sage. The Tao Creation Sage was very powerful. Even though it was a weak period, the pressure was so strong that it made them feel very uncomfortable. "My lord, what is the universe fate?" The sword god guard asked. "I don't know. I only know that if one has the universe fate, they will be able to know more about the heavens." Sage Etion shook his head and said, "The Heavenly Mother Sage also has the universe fate. However, her universe fate has been stripped away and is hidden in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. The Tao Creation Sage, this old man, definitely knows something." The sword god guard said, "From the looks of it, could it be that he wants to rush to the southern fallen forest?" "I don't know. Maybe. I have to get ahead of him." Sage Etion said, "Let's go. All of you, follow me to the inner region of the middle sacred state. I want to pay a visit to those old monsters." After the Tao Creation Sage left, he immediately rushed to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. He had only recently come out of seclusion and learned a lot of news. Many of them were related to the Divine Medicine Treasure City and Xinxiang. The Tao Creation Sage quickly arrived outside the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Furthermore, he used a special method to let Silian sense it. Knowing that the Tao Creation Sage had arrived, Silian hurried to the door and opened the barrier to let the Tao Creation Sage in. She brought the Tao Creation Sage to the highest tree hole of the primal chaos dragon tree. After seeing it, the Tao Creation Sage opened his mouth and said, "What a good place, what a good tree." Chapter 4589. Of course, Silian wanted to go to the southern forest to find Xinxiang and look for her universe fate. However, she could not let go of the Divine Medicine Treasure City. It had to be known that Xinxiang had spent a lot of effort to defend the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Furthermore, there had been a few waves of attacks before. Li Minqing and the others had also worked very hard to defend the city. Now that it had just stabilized, Silian did not want to leave just like that. Etian Shu was still here, and the Heavenly Ghost Sage would most likely attack the city again. "You can't let go of the city?" The Tao Creation Sage saw through Silian's thoughts and said, "Don't worry, the Heavenly Ghost Sage will not come." "Why? Etianshu is here. She is the Heavenly Ghost Sage's substitute to transfer the curse power. The Heavenly Ghost Sage will come again, right?" Silian said, "Girl, you don't know. The Heavenly Ghost Sage's method of transferring the curse can only transfer a small part of it." The Tao Creation Sage laughed and said, "Even if he catches Etianshu, he will still have to bear most of the curse power. How can the curse escape so easily?" "What?" Silian was startled. She really thought that the Heavenly Ghost Sage had used this method to avoid the curse power many times over the years. "It can only be transferred a little bit so that he won't feel so uncomfortable. Our 4 great sages' curses are all different. The curse of the Heavenly Ghost Sage is a kind of pain, so as long as it can transfer a little bit of pain, it will be more comfortable for him." The Tao Creation Sage said, "Then he has to catch Xiao Shu here even more." Silian shook her head and said, "So I can't leave. This city is very important to Xinxiang. I told the Heavenly Ghost Sage that Xinxiang has a fate." The Tao Creation Sage stroked his long beard and laughed. "The Heavenly Ghost Sage is now preparing to go to the southern forest, so you don't have to worry about him coming to this city." "Why does he want to go to the southern forest? Is he going for the universe fate?" Silian asked. "Yes, because he can get rid of the curse if he obtains the universe fate." The Tao Creation Sage said, "Isn't the reason why you were deprived of the universe fate because he wanted to put a curse on you?" This. Kai Lian was stunned. The Heavenly Sage and the Tao Creation Sage both knew that the Heavenly Punishment Sage should also know. However, she, the Heavenly Mother Sage who once possessed the universe destiny, did not know about this matter. "You decide as soon as possible." Tao Creation Sage said, "We have to find Xinxiang, quickly. The sooner we find him, the better." "Senior, you also need a universe birth chart, right? Salian thought about it carefully and said warily, a universe life providence can get rid of the curse. Are you targeting Xinxiang and my universe life providence? Girl, I do need a universe fate chart. Tao Creation Sage said with a smile, but I will not use this method. I have found another way to obtain the universe fate for so many years. There is no need to rob others, and the stolen universe fate, who knows if it can be integrated into the soul sea? What method? Kai Lian had to be vigilant about this matter because it was related to Xin Xiang's universe fate chart. She did not have a universe fate chart now. If she brought the Tao Creation Sage to find Xin Xiang and caused Xin Xiang's universe fate chart to be snatched away, then it would be her responsibility. I don't know how far your relationship with Shen Xiang has developed, but you should more or less know that his alchemy skills are very powerful, right? The Tao Creation Sage said. That's right. Kai Lian nodded. I believe that he will definitely be able to refine a universe fate chart through alchemy. Furthermore, it is a universe fate chart that is easy to fuse with. This way, the curse can be removed. The Tao Creation Sage said, you have to know that the world-defying stage universe that we are currently in is the result of a pill that brat carelessly refined. Did he really refine it? He doesn't seem to be sure himself. Kai Lian had heard from Shen Xiang before, but at that time, she thought that the Tao Creation Sage was secretly helping. I just secretly contributed a little. The Tao Creation Sage said, in short, I have a good look at him, and he seems to be regaining control of this universe. Why is this universe so special? It was actually not affected. Now that the universe divine sense C has encountered a calamity and many universes have been destroyed, only this world-defying stage universe can survive. Kai Lian said, I don't know either. In short, we have to find Shen Xiang first. This brat's universe fate chart is very important. If he loses his own universe fate chart, he won't be able to refine it. The Tao Creation Sage said, Xin Xiang is currently very strong. Even if he faces the Sage of Heaven, he won't be caught even if he can't beat him. Kai Lian said, we shouldn't be too worried. That's where you're wrong. What kind of place is the Southern Fallen Forest? That is the sealed land. What kind of power do you think can suppress your universe fate chart? There is also the Heavenly Mother Heart Palace and the Heavenly Mother Origin Heart. They are also very strong. They are all suppressed in the Southern Fallen Forest. The Tao Creation Sage said, all right, I'll go with you. Kai Lian said, give me 2 hours. I have to explain the matters here. All right, I'll walk around and study this tree. The seed of this tree should be refined by that brat Xin Xiang. The Tao Creation Sage laughed and then flew out of the tree hole. Kai Lian immediately contacted Yu Zilian through the communication talisman and told her about the Tao Creation Sage's arrival, as well as Xin Xiang's fate chart. This was the first time Yu Zilian had heard a fate chart. She also agreed to immediately enter the Southern Fallen Forest to find Shen Xiang. Furthermore, she and Xenro would soon arrive at the Divine Medicine Treasure City, so there was no need to worry about the safety of this place. Chapter 4590. He had thought that Shen Xiang would be able to leisurely wait for the 6 realms mirrors to break through, but he quickly realized that there was movement in this damned place. What's going on? Shen Xiang immediately stood up. He was no longer in the mood to eat. What's wrong? What's wrong? Little sister Xiao Jing quickly asked, is someone coming? This is a good thing. No. Xin Xiang said with a serious expression, little sister Jing, there seems to be a trap here. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot over. He had no time to dodge at all. At most, he could only instinctively release an energy shield, but the arrow still pierced through the shield and into his chest. The most terrifying thing was that this golden arrow had an extremely high temperature, and it even contained energy. Damn it! Shen Xiang decisively pulled out the sword. Because there were several barbs on the arrow, when he pulled it out, he brought out a string of meat. He immediately threw the arrow away. Boom! As expected, the arrow exploded. Moreover, it was extremely powerful. It directly blew up hundreds of giant trees in the surroundings. Shen Xiang was also sent flying by the violent explosion. Brother, are you all right? Little sister Xiao Jing was also very shocked. After all, with Shen Xiang's current strength, he was still successfully ambushed by someone. This meant that the other party's methods were very brilliant. It's a small matter, it's not a big problem. Shen Xiang immediately used the power of the life origin orb to heal his injuries, and then became invisible. Previously, in order to help Kai Lian reconstruct her body, he had dug out his own flesh and blood to refine. He had endured that kind of pain, so to him, the damage caused by this arrow was not great. Did someone attack you? Little sister, Xiao Jing asked. I'm not sure yet. The arrow that Guy shot had a very strong concealment ability. I only felt it after he came near me, but it was already too late. Shen Xiang was now invisible, concealing his soul fluctuations and all of his aura. This also meant that he could not release his strong consciousness to investigate, or else he would be discovered by the other party. I wonder who the other party is. Little sister Xiao Jing said, if the Six Realms Mirrors is done cultivating, we can directly go find him. The current Six Realms Mirrors was still in the stage of breaking through, so it could not be used. Otherwise, with the defense of the Six Realms Mirrors, it would be enough to block that arrow. He's a very powerful sharpshooter. Shen Xiang said, this kind of guy keeps a certain distance from me, hits me from a distance, and then runs away after hitting me. Shen Xiang couldn't sense the other party's aura. He could only use his mind's eye to observe the situation around him, paying attention to the invisible energy fluctuations. Through this method, he managed to find some clues. Over there. That guy should have run far away. I hope we can catch up to him. Shen Xiang could see the trajectory of the arrow through his mind's eye, and he quickly chased after it. That arrow was so powerful. Although it had been concealed very well, when it flew over, the energy of heaven and earth would more or less fluctuate. Shen Xiang used the clear mind eye and could see a very fine line in the middle of the heaven and earth energy. It was the arrow that had just flown over. Even if he used the mind's eye, if he did not look carefully, he would not be able to discover the trajectory of this hair-like thread. The energy of that arrow was so strong, yet when it was shot over, it was able to be so silent. Even Shen Xiang was somewhat impressed. Big brother, isn't that guy very strong? Why did he shoot at you? Little sister Xiao Jing asked. I'm not sure how strong the other party is. It's mainly because that arrow used a special material that contains a lot of energy. That's why when it exploded, it had that kind of power. Chapter 4591. Not only was the little girl frightened, even Shen Xiang was shocked. One had to know that Shen Xiang was very vigilant now, but he did not notice this person who suddenly appeared. This person also had a bulge on his forehead and was emitting black gas. He looked to be a relatively thin youth. The moment he fell from the sky, he stepped on the little girl. The little girl let out a scream and spat out blood from being stepped on. However, this also showed that her body was still very strong. After being stepped on with such strength, she was still alive, but she was seriously injured. Bulge, you will definitely be annihilated. You can kill me today, but you can't stop your fate of being annihilated. The little girl shouted with a painful expression. As she spoke, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood because the bulge increased his strength and stepped on her. I caught her! I caught her! The bulge laughed sinisterly and shouted, ha ha ha! We have delicious food tonight. Everyone come quickly. Although Shen Xiang was shot by the girl in the distance, he did not blame the girl when he figured out the ins and outs of the matter. After all, in this forest, the little girl thought that he was a bulge. At this moment, Shen Xiang was very close to the bulge. he could feel a very violent and evil aura on his body, especially when he heard him say that he wanted to eat people. Xinxiang knew that if he did not make a move, the little girl would die. Xinxiang quietly flew over. His concealment technique was still very good. He was already behind the bulge, but he was not discovered. The bulge was shouting and shouting at the moment. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that catching the little girl was a very amazing thing. He was so excited that he was not vigilant at all. The little girl was taken down from the tree and stepped on to the ground. She was seriously injured and did not even have the strength to struggle. At this moment, she could only widen her round eyes as much as possible and stare at the bulge with hatred, as if she wanted to curse him through her eyes. Xinxiang used the clear mind eye to carefully observe the bulge at a close distance. He found that the bulge's body was very strong, and there was a flow of energy in his flesh and bones. In this way, the bulge's body was not only very strong, but also very strong. The invisible Xinxiang stood behind the protruding man. He took a deep breath and circulated enough 6 paths, Yuanli. Then he immediately summoned the green dragon demon slayer and slashed horizontally at the protruding man's neck. Bang! With a loud bang, the green dragon demon slayer landed on the neck of the man with the protruding forehead. It was as if it had struck a very sturdy object, and it even bounced back with a powerful shock wave, causing Xinxiang's hand to hurt. Fortunately, Xinxiang's strength was also strong enough to send his opponent flying far away. He did not expect that the neck of the man with the protruding forehead would be so stiff that he could block the powerful slash of the green dragon demon slayer. After Xinxiang sent the man with the protruding forehead flying, he immediately picked up the heavily injured little girl and rushed into the air, leaving this place as fast as he could. Chase them. Kill them. I want to catch them. After Xinxiang flew into the air, he heard the angry roar of the man with the protruding forehead. Xinxiang flew for an entire day and did not speak. The little girl also did not speak along the way. This was because the two of them had a tacit understanding not to speak. Once they spoke, they would more or less leave some traces for the other party to track. If it was not safe enough, Xinxiang would not let his guard down. Previously, he thought that he had entered an illusion array forest, but now it seemed that this was not the case. At night, Xinxiang slowly landed on a large tree. When he was flying in the air, he had been looking for those tree roots that were very complicated and had many holes in them. This way, he would be able to enter and carefully dig a hole from the tree roots, hiding deep underground. He tossed and turned for most of the night and finally dug out a spacious stone room deep underground before stopping. As for the little girl, she closed her eyes and rested while Xinxiang was working. She knew that she could only trust Xinxiang now. If he really wanted to kill her, she would not be able to live. Little girl, eat this. It should be useful for you. Xinxiang took out a pill with a fragrant smell and placed it in the little girl's mouth. Chapter 4592. I'm Yu Xiaoqiao. The little girl extended her hand to shake Xinxiang's hand and sweetly smiled. Doesn't this mean we're friends? Yes, we're friends now. Xinxiang shook Yu Xiaoqiao's hand and said with a smile. Yu Xiaoqiao finally had some of the naivety of a little girl. One had to know that when she assassinated the protruded forehead people, she was like an experienced assassin. Oh, right, younger sister Xiaoqiao. What's with those protruded forehead people? Why are their bodies so tough? My knife is very sharp, but I can't cut off their heads. Xinxiang had always been puzzled by this. This is the most powerful part of the protruded forehead people. This ability is innate. It is said that this is the reason why they are so strong. After Yu Xiaoqiao finished speaking, she took out a golden bow and handed it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took it and looked at it. This arrow is the same as the one that hit me before. It has a very strong penetrative power. Can this arrow pierce through the protruded forehead people? Yes, this arrow has been specially refined and can break through the protruded forehead people's defense. Yu Xiaoqiao said, "Older brother Shin, although your knife is very powerful, it can't break through the protruded forehead people's defense. To hit them, you need a special method." "Strange, why is it like this?" "I feel that their strength isn't very strong. It's just that their bodies are ridiculously tough." Shin Xiang rubbed his chin and looked at the golden arrow in his hand. He felt a familiar yet strange feeling, but he couldn't remember what this familiar feeling was. "I heard someone in the tribe say that the protruded forehead people used a very strong curse to make themselves incomparably strong." Yu Xiaoqiao said, "Their old ancestor cursed their own tribe. The content of the curse was to make their entire tribe's descendants' bodies indestructible. Later on, the curse came true, but there was a price to pay." "What price?" Shan Xiang agreed with this saying. He had seen the power of the curse. The 4 great sages were all under a kind of curse, which should be the same power as the curse. "The price is that their lifespans won't be too long," Yu Xiaoqiao said. "Every one of them won't live to 50 years old." "Ah, are there many people with protruding foreheads?" Shan Xiang was a little surprised. The lifespan of a protruding forehead person was only 50 years. In the current world-defying stage universe, it could be said to be very short. "Many, they are very fertile. Moreover, they grow up very quickly, which is the complete opposite of us." Yu Xiaoqiao said, "I'm already 10 years old, so my body looks like a little girl who's only a few years old. But when they were 5 years old, they were in the prime of their lives. Did they curse themselves, or did someone else curse them?" Shin Xiang asked, "When they curse themselves, do they know what price they have to pay?" "I heard from the elders in the clan that they cursed themselves because they were given a chance to do so. Then the patriarch of the protruding forehead tribe suddenly had an idea and used it on himself. It was only after they cursed their entire race that they realized the price they had to pay." Yu Xiaoqiao recalled the conversations of the elders in the clan. "This kind of arrow, who gave it to you?" Shin Xiang returned the golden arrow to Yu Xiaoqiao and asked. "An old grandpa in the clan helped me refine it." Yu Xiaoqiao said, "After refining it, it has a certain amount of curse-breaking power. When it touches the body of a protruding forehead person, it can temporarily break the curse and then pierce into their body and explode." Shen Xiang secretly suspected that Yu Xiaocao's clan should also be cursed. She is 10 years old now, but she has the body of a 5-year-old. Shen Xiang had experienced this feeling before. He was always allowed to maintain a youth's body, causing him to be unable to grow up. This was indeed a kind of curse power. Shin Xiang even guessed that the ancestor of Yu Xiaocao's clan might have hoped that their clan could live forever, and then gave their entire clan a curse of immortality. "Sister Xiaoqiao, I have a guess about your clan," Shan Xiang said. "Do you want to discuss it with me?" "Ah, of course." Yu Xiaoqiao quickly nodded. She knew that Shin Xiang was a strong person, so she also wanted to know what Shin Xiang thought of their clan. Shin Xiang told her his guess. This. After Yu Xiaoqiao heard it, she fell into deep thought with a sad expression. "Sister Xiaoqiao, I'm sorry, this is just my imagination." Shin Xiang scratched his head and smiled. "Don't mind it too much." "Brother Shin, your guess is right. Do you know what clan we are called?" Yu Xiaoqiao bit her lips. Although she was very young, she was very sensible and smart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out to fight with the protruding forehead person at such a young age. Therefore, she also had her own judgment. "What clan?" Shin Xiang asked. "We are called the Lost Soul Clan," Yu Xiaoqiao said with melancholy. "We can live forever, but when we are over 50 years old, we will gradually lose our memories." "After 50 years old, you will lose your memories?" After Shin Xiang heard it, he was shocked. Even if they were immortal, it was meaningless. "Yes. Generally, when they are 70 years old, they will completely lose their memories. Their entire person looks like they have no soul, so we are called the Lost Soul Clan," Yu Xiaoqiao said. "Moreover, Legend says that as long as the protruding forehead person eats us, they can live past 50 years old. And we who eat the protruding forehead person can also not lose our memories after 50 years old. Chapter 4593. Shen Xiang had already guessed that Xue Xianxian and the others might have already entered the southern forest. They should know where the Heavenly Mother's Heart Palace was, which was why they had a clear goal. Therefore, he believed that the Heavenly Mother's Heart Palace and the Heavenly Mother's Heart were most likely in the southern forest. However, the southern forest was extremely large, so it would not be easy to find them. Xiao Chao, in the past few days that you've been in the southern forest, have you met anyone else who came in from the outside? Shen Xiang asked. I've met them. Speaking of this, Yu Xiao Chao suddenly became very excited, and immediately said excitedly, I met a lot of beautiful big sisters. They passed by our village and asked us a lot of things. Shen Xiang was immediately overjoyed. Xue Xianxian and the others were indeed in the southern forest. What did they ask? Shen Xiang asked. Do you know where they went after that? I don't know. Yu Xiao Cao's cute little face was suddenly filled with melancholy and regret as she said, I should have pestered them back then and let them take me away. I really like being with them. Why? Shen Xiang asked. Because they came in from the outside and are all very powerful. They also know how to refine pills. If I follow them, I will definitely be able to learn a lot. Yu Xiao Chao said with a face full of yearning, and then sighed. I don't know when I will meet them again. They are all very strong. Where exactly are they? Shen Xiang asked. When they came, they killed a lot of protruding forehead people along the way. Yu Xiao Chao waved her pink fists and said, I even saw them beat up that group of protruding forehead people with my own eyes. They were too powerful. Is that so? Shen Xiang was also very surprised. Logically speaking, his breakthrough speed was already very fast. However, Xue Xianxian and the others did not seem to be slow either. They were actually able to press the protruding forehead people to the ground and beat them up. They seemed to be looking for something. They have been in the southern forest for a long time, and they came to the black ash forest from other dangerous places. Yu Xiao Chao said, There was also a little sister who told me a lot of things about them. That little sister is beautiful, cute, and especially gentle. I like her very much. Do you know her name? Shen Xiang asked. I know, her name is Dongfang Jing. Sister Jing is such a nice person. Yu Xiao Chao muttered under her breath. If I had been bolder back then, I would have been able to follow them. Shen Xiang also thought back to Dongfang Jing, the silly and innocent girl. Her aunt was Dongfang Xingyue, and she was also a soul-seizing demoness. Brother Shen, do you know those big sisters? Yu Xiaocao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, If Brother Shen knows them, then you can take me to find them. Yes, we're quite familiar with each other. Shen Xiang smiled gently and then patted Yu Xiaocao's little head. I don't know where they went right now. Brother Shen, it's hard to get out of the southern fallen forest. Did you come here just to find them? Do you care about them a lot? Yu Xiaochao asked. You're so mischievous. Shen Xiang smiled and said, Yes, they are all people I care about very much. Brother Shen, maybe the patriarch knows where they went. Yu Xiaochao said, They gave some very precious pills to the patriarch and the others. The patriarch must have told them something. Looks like I have to ask your patriarch as well. Shen Xiang nodded and said, Your injuries haven't healed yet, so we won't be in a hurry. Brother Shen, let's go now. Yu Xiaochao said, Bring me back. No, your injuries are still too severe. Shen Xiang shook his head, gently patted her little face, and laughed. Your internal organs have all been torn apart and are currently being repaired. You need to rest well. He couldn't help but admire Yu Xiaocao's physical strength. Even after being ruthlessly stepped on by the protruding head man, his internal organs were only damaged, and he could still quickly recover. Brother Shin, my parents are dead, and my brother is also dead. I have no one to rely on in the village. I don't want to stay in the village. I want to run around with you. Yu Xiaoqiao pouted. Don't leave me behind, okay? Don't the people in the village treat you well? Xinxiang asked. They are all very good to me and take care of me, but they don't want me to become strong. Yu Xiaoqiao felt wronged and shook her head. My family members were all killed by the protruding headman. They are worried that when I grow up, I will seek revenge and die. So they don't want to teach me cultivation. Is that so? Chen Xiang suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He rubbed his chin as he pondered and asked, Xiaoqiao, I would like to ask abruptly, under what circumstances were your parents and older brother killed by the protruding forehead people? How can you be sure that they were killed by the protruding headman? Because when they went out, they encountered the protruding headman and fought with him. Yu Xiaoqiao said, It was a survivor who came back and said so. Survivor? Shen Xiang felt more and more that something was wrong, and said, Do your parents and brother have the ability to fight? No, my family is all farmers. Yu Xiaoqiao shook her head and said, I secretly learned my skills when I was young. If they are farmers, why would they leave the village and go to a dangerous place? Xinxiang felt that it was very strange and continued to ask, Is there a lot of people who die in your village every year? What kind of people are most of them? There are a few people who die every year, and most of them are farmers like us. Yu Xiaoqiao shook her head and said, My parents and brother went out mainly to dig soil, because some soil is more suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Chapter 4594. Yu Xiaocao's mother was also very vigilant at this moment. She didn't completely believe Xinxiang. She whispered, Do you really know Xiaoqiao? Are you planning to use Xiaoqiao to threaten me? This place is heavily guarded, but you were able to enter? That's impossible. She thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible for someone to come and save her. In her opinion, it was very likely that the enemy was deliberately using tricks to force her to submit. Yu Xiaoqiao also heard her mother's words. Under Xinxiang's signal, she whispered, Mother, I'm Xiaoqiao. Brother Shin really came to save you. I thought you were dead before. Yu Xiaoqiao was very excited, but she held back her tears. Aunt Fong, I'll save you now. Xinxiang whispered. Then he looked around. In this hall, there were many children who were sleeping soundly. Their voices were also very soft, so no one could hear them. Yu Xiaoqiao also told Xinxiang that her mother's name was Fong Qing. Although Yu Xiaoqiao spoke, Fong Qing was still very vigilant. She was very excited, but she quickly calmed down. Xiaoqiao, mother is fine. How did you and this brother come in? He couldn't have come in so easily. Fong Qing was still very suspicious of Xinxiang. She suspected that Xinxiang was on the side of the patriarch and deliberately used Yu Xiaoqiao to gain her trust. Xinxiang was a little puzzled. Why was Fong Qing so cautious? What did the patriarch of the Lost Soul tribe want to force her to do? Mother, I secretly ran out of the city to kill the protruding people. Later, I was seriously injured by the protruding people. It was this brother who saved me. Yu Xiaoqiao whispered. She was also very anxious now. She didn't expect that her mother didn't trust Xinxiang. Then Yu Xiaoqiao said that she met Xinxiang and that she accidentally injured Xinxiang. Xinxiang could understand Fong Qing. After all, she was very worried about Yu Xiaoqiao being deceived, so she wanted to know the situation. After hearing this, Fong Qing also believed Xinxiang. You guys go. You can't save me. Fong Qing let out a long sigh. Little brother, please take good care of Xiaoqiao. I beg you. I can only repay this kindness in my next life. Why can't I save you? Xinxiang said in a low voice. Aunt Fong, I'll get you out of here. As long as this door is open, it will cause a lot of commotion, and they will come in immediately. Fong Qing shook her head and said, There are so many children here. If a battle breaks out here, it will hurt them. That's easy, Xinxiang said. I plan to save all the people here, not only here, but also the children in these mountains." This. Fang Qing couldn't believe it. Shen Xiang used the 6 realms mirrors to shine on the door and quickly found out what was going on, mainly because of the talisman stuck on it. The 6 realms mirrors shot out a ray of light and easily caused the talisman to fail. Moreover, it was silent and did not emit any sound. Shen Xiang gently opened the door and saw a woman dressed in white. There were many bloodstains all over her body, and there were long whip marks on her face. Her hands and feet were bloody and locked by black shackles. "Mother!" Yu Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth and shouted softly. Her tears almost fell. She tried her best to keep herself calm. Seeing her mother injured so badly, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Shan Xiang quickly took out 2 pills and placed them in front of Fang Qing's mouth. Fang Qing looked quite mature, but she was not particularly young. She was about 30 years old. Although her appearance was ordinary, it could be seen from her eyes that she was a very determined woman. She was definitely not an ordinary farmer's woman. She had a certain fighting strength. According to you, the people of the Lost Soul clan would look twice as young as their actual age. For example, Yu Xiaoqiao looked like a 5-year-old child, but in fact, she was already 10 years old. Fang Qing looked to be in her 30s, so her actual age should be 60 or 70 years old. However, the Lost Soul clan began to lose their memories when they were 50 years old, and completely lost their memories when they were 70 or 80 years old. The Fang Qing in front of him did not seem to have lost her memories. Shen Xiang easily untied the black shackles, which was inconceivable to Fang Qing. Chapter 4595. Brother Shin, the patriarch, and the others are very strong. Do you think you can beat them? If you are caught and you can't beat them, we will be in trouble. Yu Xiaoqiao suddenly thought of this. She was brought by Shen Xiang to the sky above the patriarch's villa. Suddenly, she was a little worried, thinking of the consequences if she was caught. Shen Xiang was very strong, but there were a lot of people here. If the patriarch and the other elders all attacked, it was very likely that they would be caught. "Don't worry, I won't let them find me." Shen Xiang was not afraid, because even if he was discovered, he could immediately run away. They were already above the patriarch's villa. There was no barrier here, so he easily landed in a small forest in the villa. Although the Lost Soul village was brightly lit at night, the villa was still very quiet, and there were not too many lights. "Brother, you're so powerful." Yu Xiaoqiao used her divine sense to communicate with Shen Xiang, which was something that Shen Xiang had taught her not long ago. "I thought of many ways before, but I didn't succeed. You came in all of a sudden. Xiaoqiao, I want a little bit of your blood." Shen Xiang used his divine sense to send a message and said, "Are you afraid of pain?" "No." Yu Xiaoqiao rolled up her sleeves and revealed her wrist. Shen Xiang had already paid attention to his surroundings. There was no one outside the small forest, so he was relieved to withdraw his invisibility technique. He took out a small needle and pricked Yu Xiaocao's finger, causing a drop of blood to appear. Then, he dripped this drop of blood into the divine mirror of 6 realms. He wanted to use the divine mirror of 6 realms' strange ability to find Yu Xiaocao's mother. Through Yu Xiaocao's drop of blood, he could sense the location of the people who were related to her. The divine mirror of 6 realms would strengthen the drop of blood and release a strange fluctuation. If it sensed a person who was related to it by blood, the drop of blood would react. "Brother, what do you want my blood for?" Yu Xiaoqiao asked. "Is this little bit of blood enough?" "It's enough for now." Shen Xiang smiled and said, "Let's go, we have to be careful next. Don't be discovered." Shen Xiang patted his shoulder and let Yu Xiaoqiao jump up. He wanted to carry Yu Xiaoqiao on his back and explore the patriarch's villa. Just like this, Shen Xiang carried Yu Xiaoqiao and walked around the villa with the divine mirror of 6 realms. Sensing the location of her mother through that drop of blood requires a certain distance, so Shen Xiang needs to expand the range, as much as possible in this villa to stay in more areas. For hours later, the divine mirror of 6 realms suddenly reacted. Over there. Xiao Jing immediately pointed in a direction. After Xin Xiang looked over there, he found that there were several short mountains and then quickly walked over. Seeing Shen Xiang uses as Xiao Cao Zes, Yu Xiaoqiao herself was a person who knew how to hide, but she now found that Xin Xiang was more powerful than her, especially this hand of invisibility, which made her very envious. Shen Xiang had also promised to teach her, which made her look forward to it. "Brother, what did you find?" Yu Xiaoqiao asked. "I'm not sure yet. I'll go take a look first." Shen Xiang released the demonic shadow divine soul and let it fly over to investigate. He didn't tell Yu Xiaoqiao that he might find her mother, mainly because he was worried that he would find her mother's corpse. Therefore, he didn't say anything for the time being. If there really was only a corpse left, then he didn't plan to tell her about it, so as to avoid making her even more sad. After the demonic shadow divine soul flew over, it quickly discovered that there were caves in those few short mountains. However, there was a very powerful door in the cave, and those few large short mountains were also sealed by a barrier. Its soul couldn't pass through, nor could it enter that door. The demonic shadow divine soul didn't dare to try anything else, so as not to alarm the people here. Shen Xiang kept the demonic shadow divine soul into the divine mirror of 6 realms, and then had little sister Xiao Jing confirm the location of Yu Xiaocao's mother again. Very quickly, he determined that Yu Xiaocao's mother was in the largest mountain through the direction given by little sister Xiao Jing. Chapter 4596. After he helped Fang Qing and the others settle the matters here, he could further discuss the matter of removing the curse with them. Shen Xiang suspected that the power of this curse was of the same origin as the power of the curse that troubled the 4 great sages. Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. Little sister Xiao Jing suddenly told Shen Xiang a piece of good news. The 6 realms mirrors had already been completed, and although it did not seem to have changed on the surface, the improvement was extremely huge. She had already made the 6 realms mirrors cultivate the world-defying map of the universe. Although it was only at the initial stage, it was still stronger than the world-defying mountain and river diagram. Shen Xiang was unable to experience it immediately. After all, he was still in the Lost Soul Village, so if he used it, it would definitely cause a huge phenomenon. Following the completion of the 6 realms mirrors cultivation, the world-defying God Furnace was also completely refined by little sister Xiao Jing. Little sister Xiao Jing was the life spirit of the 6 realms mirrors, and at the same time, she was also very good at refining. Therefore, she used the Heavenly Mother's Myriad Worlds art to refine the 6 realms mirrors and the world-defying God Furnace, which also brought about a lot of strengthening. Previously, Shen Xiang had collected a large number of primordial chaos artifacts, fragments, and materials. Several damaged primordial chaos artifacts had been fused into the 6 realms mirrors and the world-defying God Furnace, as well as the green dragon demon slayer and by whose Jing Yu Fan. And the biggest improvement in the world-defying God Furnace was not only that it had become much stronger, but also that there were 2 furnace cores inside the furnace. In other words, there were 2 areas inside the world-defying God Furnace that could be used to refine pills at the same time. In the past, every time the world-defying God Furnace refined pills, it could only refine one type of pill at the same time. But now, with the appearance of a dual furnace core, it could refine 2 different types of pills at the same time. This would allow Shen Xiang to refine pills even faster. Furthermore, little sister Xiao Jing had even opened up an area inside the pill furnace, specially used to place the time elemental bead. After placing the time elemental bead, the speed of refining pills would be even faster. Shen Xiang never thought that little sister Xiao Jing would be able to bring him such a huge surprise. In a relatively remote place in the Lost Soul City, he found an old and abandoned house. When he entered, he immediately used the world-defying God Furnace to concoct pills. After trying it out, The world-defying God furnaces. Improvement was indeed great. Refining pills was much easier and faster than before. Xin Xiang gave the refined heel Dan to Fong Qing to eat, and he also let Fong Qing come out from the 6 realms mirrors. He carefully examined Fong Qing's injuries. The external injuries looked very serious, and the invisible internal injuries were equally serious. Fortunately, her soul did not suffer too much damage. Originally, Fong Qing thought that the injuries on her body would take a long time to recover. She didn't expect that after eating Xin Xiang's divine pill, she would recover very quickly. Xin Xiang was now refining pills and adding the power of the life origin bead. The recovery speed of the healing pill was very fast. You're really amazing. The pills you refined are even better than those given by Big Sister Lu and the others, Fong Qing praised. Although she didn't know much about medicinal pills, she could still eat them and distinguish between good and bad medicinal pills. Aunt Fong, do you have a good relationship with Sister Meng? Xin Xiang asked. She originally wanted to invite us to join them, but we couldn't let go of the lost soul race. Fong Qing sighed. Fortunately, Xiao Qiao is fine. Otherwise, I would have regretted it. Xiao Qiao is not an ordinary little girl, right? Xin Xiang said, You care a lot about Xiao Qiao. Although she is not your biological daughter, you have taken care of her for many years. Furthermore, Xiao Cao's strength and talent are both astonishing. That's right. Xiao Qiao is indeed different from the rest. Fong Qing nodded, but did not continue. She took out a towel and slowly wiped her body that had just recovered. When Shen Xiang saved her, her entire body seemed to have been slashed by a knife. Not a single part of her body was good, and it was dripping with blood. She ate Shen Xiang's pill, and according to Xin Xiang's instructions, she ground a few pills into powder and applied it to her body. Her wounds quickly healed. However, her body was covered in dried blood. After all, she was a woman, so she cared more about her image, not to mention in front of Xin Xiang. She wore very little, only a few pieces of cloth wrapped around her waist and upper body, revealing her waist and slender thighs. Her skin was dark and tanned. It was the kind of healthy wheat skin that had a trace of wildness. Her appearance was ordinary, but when combined with her figure, she had a different kind of temptation. Yi Tianqu's appearance was not stunning, but it was still very attractive. Chapter 4597. Seeing that Xin Xiang was so anxious, Fong Qing shook her head and said, Elder Brother Xin, you can't go now, because you don't know them at all. If you have a conflict with them, if you are not familiar with them, you will easily suffer a great loss. When Shen Xiang found out that the 6 realms mirrors had broken through, he really wanted to try its power, but he was just impulsive for a moment. I know, I'm just saying. I don't really want to find the soulless race's leader right away. Xin Xiang scratched his head and laughed. Fong Qing had directly called him Elder Brother Xin, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Yu Xiaoqiao also called him brother. Although Fong Qing was not Yu Xiaocao's biological mother, they were still mother and daughter. Miss Fong Qing, you can just call me young Master Xin. Don't call me big brother. Xin Xiang laughed. That's true. Xiao Qiao calls you brother, and I call you big brother. It seems a little messy. Fong Qing smiled and nodded. It could be seen that she was in a good mood. I want to quickly understand the strength of the soulless race's patriarch and the experts of the soulless race. Xin Xiang said, It's best to ask about the whereabouts of Sister Meng, and the others as soon as possible. I will let you familiarize yourself with the abilities of those bitches as soon as possible. Fong Qing said, You came from the outside. So far, the soulless race that you have come into contact with are only Xiao Qiao and me. So you know nothing about our soulless race's methods. Although Yu Xiaoqiao was also from the soulless race, she was still too young. Furthermore, her current strength was her innate strength and could not be considered the ability of the soulless race. In that case, your soulless race's methods are very powerful? Xin Xiang asked. It can't be considered powerful. If you understand it better, you won't be unprepared when facing the soulless race's methods. Feng Qing said, Shen Xiang has faced many experts, but he doesn't know much about each other, and he often suffers a big loss. If he didn't have enough strength to crush the other party, it was best to understand them clearly first, so as to avoid being beaten into a sorry state. Let's talk about it. Shen Xiang was also intrigued. It's hard for me to describe it. I'll show you later. Feng Qing said, wait for me to rest. Okay. Shen Xiang suddenly caught a strange look from Feng Qing's eyes. Young Master Shen, do you have a wife? Feng Qing suddenly asked. Yes. Shen Xiang nodded. How many? Feng Qing asked again. This. Shen Xiang smiled and said, not just a few. I can't see it. Feng Qing whispered. Miss Feng Qing, why do you ask this? Shen Xiang curled his lips and said, how is the marriage of your lost soul tribe? Don't you all marry men? We're not getting married. Feng Qing shook her head and said, in fact, we can also have children, but the conditions are very harsh and we don't need men to have children, but because after giving birth our vitality will be greatly damaged, so we don't have children, and the women of our lost soul tribe, their souls are naturally very strong, which is why we can suppress the men in the tribe. So it's like that, Shen Xiang laughed. Then why did you ask me if I have a wife? If you have a wife, then you might be able to face the soulless race's method more easily, Feng Qing said. Why do you say that? Shen Xiang thought for a moment, but did not quite understand what kind of method it was. Look at my eyes, I'll show you now. Feng Qing stared at Shen Xiang, and her eyes suddenly emitted a faint golden glow. Shen Xiang had just met her gaze, and felt that his eyes were blurred by the golden light. When his vision recovered, he was no longer in that dilapidated and abandoned hut, but in a very luxurious hall. He was sitting at the head of the hall. At this moment he was dressed in gorgeous clothes, lying on a chair covered in soft beast skin, and his head was resting on the thigh of a fair and beautiful woman. Shen Xiang was shocked, and then he saw many extremely beautiful women standing on both sides of the hall. They were all dressed in cool clothes, holding a lot of food and drinks in their hands. They were all maids. And in the middle of the hall there was another group of beautiful women dancing. They were wearing light purple, translucent tulle dresses, and were dancing very seductively. Shen Xiang was immediately puzzled, and could not help but ask, that's it? He had thought what the Lost Soul Tribe's method was, but it turned out to be this kind of method that caused one soul to fall into an illusion. Chapter 4598. Shen Xiang took a few deep breaths. He found that after entering this lost soul illusion, his thoughts began to be affected, especially after seeing Feng Qing. He actually began to think about each other. Also, the Feng Qing in front of him looked more elegant than she did in reality. She exuded an extremely seductive sense of beauty. This kind of temptation was not charming, nor was it pure desire, but an indescribable innocence. Yes, Feng Qing looked hot in real life. Her tanned skin gave her a wild beauty. However, now she seemed to be the incarnation of pure and holy. Shen Xiang didn't know why, but he suddenly had a thought, hoping that he could be purified by this woman. Feng Qing looked at Shen Xiang with a pair of smart and beautiful eyes, with a gentle smile on her face, but she didn't speak. Shen Xiang began to struggle in his heart, and there was an impulse that was difficult to suppress. Feng Qing was right in front of him, and it seemed that he could get her easily. Shen Xiang immediately realized that this was the lost soul illusion. Now, he also experienced the power of this lost soul illusion. Knowing that this was a trap, knowing that Feng Qing was deliberately tempting him, Shen Xiang couldn't help but have that kind of thought. Young Master Shen, you saved us. You saved Xiao Qiao. If you hadn't saved us, we would all have ended up very miserable. As Feng Qing spoke, she used a very elegant and beautiful posture to tidy up the thin clothes on her body. At this moment, Shen Xiang was extremely uncomfortable. He had never been dominated by this kind of impulse, which made him suddenly feel fear. At this moment, he felt that he was not a human, but a wild wolf because of excessive hunger. When people are hungry enough, it is possible to eat people. And at this moment, he seemed to be facing this kind of test. This lost soul illusion was to release the evil thoughts that were suppressed in the depths of people's souls. Shen Xiang looked at Feng Qing in front of him, only to feel that her every move seemed to want to swallow his soul. Young Master Shen, you are my benefactor, and I may not be able to repay you in my life. Feng Qing stared at Shen Xiang, her eyes sincere, and said, I can only repay you with my body. As she spoke, she hooked her arms around Shen Xiang's neck. At this moment, Shen Xiang's second-layer soul, Sea Realm Red Dragon, suddenly let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire lost soul fantasy. Feng Qing let out a cry of alarm and then disappeared. Shen Xiang's vision turned black. When he opened his eyes, his consciousness returned to the real world. That was close. Shen Xiang looked at Feng Qing and said with a smile, Miss Feng Qing, does this count as my improvement? There was a hint of resentment in Feng Qing's eyes. She bit her lip and looked at Shen Xiang silently. Miss Feng Qing, what's wrong? Did I hurt your soul just now? Shen Xiang asked again. Not really. Feng Qing sighed faintly and said, Young Master Shen, you are really something. I didn't expect you to be able to resist at the last moment. Hee, does that count as me passing? Shen Xiang was quite proud of himself. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, If I were to face the soulless patriarch, wouldn't I have a better chance of winning? That's not it. You can barely pass. Feng Qing pursed her lips and said, I haven't used my ultimate move yet. Otherwise, you won't be able to stop me. Miss Feng Qing, if I couldn't stop you, what would have happened to us in the lost soul fantasy just now? Shen Xiang suddenly became curious and said, If we reach the last stage. If it's you and me, there won't be any consequences. Feng Qing said softly, Young Master Shen, did I go a little too far just now? It's indeed a little too much. Shen Xiang scratched his head and said with a smile, But it's all for my own good. You're testing me. If it's the soulless patriarch and you reach the last stage in the lost soul fantasy, your soul will be controlled by her. Feng Qing said, She will plant a soulless seed in the depths of your soul to control your soul. Chapter 4599. Feng Qing was resting. Shen Xiang looked at her for a while and then walked out of the hut. He was really afraid of being alone with Feng Qing in a room. This was because the soulless illusion technique that Feng Qing used was too terrifying. He had yet to find a way to restrain it, especially since Feng Qing could make him lose control. This was the most terrifying thing. It was not easy for him to rely on the slaughtering Crimson Dragon to block it. If he had not contacted the Crimson Dragon girl in a hurry, he would have lost control in the soulless illusion. Although he was facing Feng Qing after losing control, Shen Xiang was still unwilling to let her see his evil side. He meditated quietly outside the door. He had already found an idea, but he was not sure if it was useful, so he kept thinking about it in his mind to see if there was anything else that needed to be improved. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bird and immediately opened his eyes. He saw a black crow on a tree, not far away. It looked like a crow, but its cry was very pleasant. Shen Xiang could tell at a glance that this bird was very unusual. Just as he was about to catch the crow, Feng Qing suddenly woke up and walked out of the hut to the door. The crow immediately flew into Feng Qing's palm. Feng Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. Was she using the soulless illusion on the crow? Shen Xiang was secretly shocked. He did not expect that the soulless illusion could be used on birds and beasts. Soon, Feng Qing ended the soulless illusion and the crow flew away. That crow is responsible for collecting information. Feng Qing frowned slightly and said, I was reading the urgent information just now. The soulless patriarch and the others have already sealed the city. That's for sure. So many of you suddenly disappeared. They will definitely seal the city to search. In their opinion, so many people would definitely not be able to run too far. Furthermore, there were so many paths. Looks like we have to act as soon as possible. Fang Qing said, if we don't hurry up and find the soulless patriarch and take her down, she might do a lot of bloody things to the soulless village. Fang Qing ate the pill that Xin Xiang gave her and recovered a lot. Then, are we still going to continue practicing the soulless illusion? Xin Xiang asked, that's for sure. If you can't even break my soulless illusion, then you definitely can't break soulless patriarchs. Fang Qing said, what kind of level do I have to reach before I can find the soulless patriarch? Shen Xiang looked at the divine mirror of 6 paths in his hand. He wanted to use the divine mirrors of 6 paths to push it over, no matter what the soulless illusion was, as long as you don't get pulled into the soulless illusion by me. Fang Qing said, or if you get pulled into the soulless illusion, you can break it in an instant, so you must learn how to resist me. As she spoke, her eyes began to emit a golden light. Shen Xiang roared as he directly released his soul force, forming layers upon layers of shields to protect his first and second layers of soul sea. He even closed his eyes tightly, but the golden light appeared in his mind. After the golden light flashed, he was pulled into Fang Qing's soulless illusion again. This time he was lying on the bed, and Fang Qing was lying beside him. The most frightening thing was that his hands and feet were tied to the bed, and he couldn't move at all. Miss Fang Qing, you don't have to do this. You've sacrificed too much. Xin Xiang looked at Fang Qing's demonic face and couldn't help but shout, really, that's enough. I have a better idea. He really didn't expect that Fang Qing would be able to drag him into this kind of illusion so directly. Young Master Shen, maybe I'm a little selfish. Fang Qing smiled gently, reached out and caressed Xin Xiang's handsome face and said softly, I can't say that I'm sacrificing anything. But me, isn't that a little impolite? Using this method to possess you? What the hell? Xin Xiang was stunned. He suddenly thought of something. The people of the Soulless clan were all women, a strong race. In other words, Fang Qing had already taken a fancy to him and wanted to possess him. What soulless illusion? Are you lying to me? Shen Xiang was a little confused. Chapter 4600. Shen Xiang's cultivation had increased a lot and could directly crush the 5 forces. However, after he entered the southern forest, he was extremely puzzled. First of all, he met that group of protruding forehead people, who actually used their necks to block his blade, which gave him a huge blow. And now he met Fang Qing, who was able to subdue him with just a glance. Is this the power of the curse? The power of the curse that even the 4 great sages can't get rid of? Shen Xiang suddenly understood that although the soulless race and the protruding forehead people that he met in the southern forest did not have any cultivation, they used the power of the curse. However, they also suffered from the backlash of the curse. The soulless race would lose their memories, and the protruding forehead people would die early. He suddenly thought that the 4 great sages might have also become stronger because of the curse, but at the same time, they also suffered from the backlash of the curse. Big brother, you really lost your virginity. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. How does this feel? Don't laugh at me. Xin Xiang curled his lips and said, hurry up and help me think of a way. Fang Qing is still too young. The soulless race leader she is facing must be a scheming guy. Shen Xiang felt that the soulless race leader must know some secrets of the curse power and must be better at using the curse power than Fang Qing. If Fang Qing went to find her now, wouldn't she be throwing herself into a trap? Big brother, why did Fang Qing go to find the soulless race leader? Her injuries shouldn't be completely healed yet. Why is she in such a hurry? Little sister Xiao Jing suddenly felt that it was very suspicious. Indeed, she has no reason to rush to find the soulless race leader now. Xin Xiang frowned. Could it be that the soulless race leader has something on her? Or could it be that the soulless race leader has some trump card in his hand and is threatening her to go back? He remembered that the crow had flown over to send a message. It was very likely that Fang Qing had suddenly received some kind of message. Brother, Fang Qing has cast an illusion on your soul, making it think that you are trapped. I can't do anything about it. I can only wait for her illusion to fade away. He said, I've tried, but you're lying on the bed like a dead person. Xinxiang struggled very hard, but he couldn't control his body at all. His soul and body were separated by a strange force, causing his soul and body to be temporarily separated, and he couldn't establish a connection. Younger sister Jing, go and ask Xiao Qiao. Tell Xiao Qiao to ask other girls. Xinxiang said. Okay, I'll ask right away. Xiao Jing's younger sister immediately contacted Xiao Qiao. Xinxiang waited anxiously. More than an hour later, little sister Xiao Jing was very disappointed and said, Older brother, Xiao Qiao asked many girls, but they all kept their mouths shut. It seems that their relationship with Fang Qing is not simple. What relationship? Xinxiang asked. Aren't they Fang Qing's subordinates? Not only subordinates. I feel that they are all Fang Qing's women. You are the same as them. Fang Qing's people, they are your sisters. Little sister Xiao Jing said with a smile. Stop fooling around, I'm serious. Xinxiang thought of this and had a big head. Fang Qing actually entrusted her woman to him. What is this, and what is it? It seems that you are now Fang Qing's harem. She entrusted so many sisters to you. You little rascal. She really trusts you too much. Little sister, Xiao Jing giggled. Little sister Jing, tell them everything that happened between me and Fang Qing not long ago, and see how they react. Xinxiang wanted to see what the relationship between these women and Fang Qing was. Little sister Xiao Jing immediately did as she was told and communicated with those women. Soon, little sister Xiao Jing got what Xinxiang wanted to know. They all looked a little surprised. She said, moreover, they all said that they would treat you as a good sister. They said something like, from now on you are one of them. They are all Fang Qing's wives and concubines, and because you saved them, they all recognized you as their first wife. Fuck his first wife. I, Xinxiang, am a man. Xinxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he remembered that Fang Qing called him a beauty, and his body couldn't help but have goosebumps. Big brother, they said, wait patiently. The soulless illusion will dissipate on its own. She said, they are not willing to help you out immediately. I have to say, Fang Qing is really something. They all listened to Fang Qing. Let me talk to them. Xinxiang didn't want to come into contact with them before because when he thought of that group of women, he had a headache, especially the women of the soulless village. In his opinion, they were all very scary. He wished that he had never come to such a place. He had no choice but to communicate with them. Chapter 46:01. When Fang Qing's 10 sisters heard Xinxiang's words, they also began to think and then discussed with each other. They didn't want to die, nor did they want Fang Qing to die. However, it seemed meaningless for Fang Qing to go all out against the patriarch of the soulless race. Xinxiang also could not understand why Fang Qing would go all out against the patriarch of the soulless race. What kind of blood feud was there between them? Xinlang, then what should we do now? A woman asked. Miss, you look like their big sister. What's your name? Xinxiang asked. My name is Qingyu. The woman said, then hurry up and think of a way to help me get out of this soulless illusion as soon as possible. This way, I can find Miss Fang Qing even faster. Xinxiang said, if we don't hurry, it will be too late. I am also doing this to save your Fang Qing. Don't you all love her? When Xinxiang saw that these women were depressed, he continued, do you still remember how she was tortured before? I was the one who saved her. After you were saved by me, the patriarch of the soulless race and the others will definitely be very angry. If she falls into the hands of the patriarch of the soulless race, the consequences can be imagined. Qing Yu was moved by Shen Xiang's words and started to panic. Sister Qing Yu, what should we do now? Are we really going to help Shan Lang come out of the soulless illusion? But Sister Qing instructed us. Miss, she might not be right. Shin Xiang said again, I'm really angry. I worked so hard to save her and then sent her to her death. She even threw all of you to me. What makes me most angry is that she forcefully took me. Shan Xiang also did not want to be responsible for so many people. Qing Yu and the other 10 might only be a portion of Fang Qing's women. She might even have a lot of women. Shan Xiang had a headache when he thought about it, so he had to save Fang Qing so that he could get rid of this burden. Under Shin Xiang's coaxing and pestering, Qing Yu and the others were finally moved by Shin Xiang. The 6 realms mirrors was on Shin Xiang's body, and now it appeared, releasing Qing Yu and the rest of the 10. They surrounded Shin Xiang and sat down. Then they looked at Shin Xiang, and their eyes gradually emitted a golden light. Shen Xiang was lying on a big bed in a spacious room in the Lost Soul Illusion, and he was tied up. After Qing Yu and the others started their cultivation, he suddenly saw 10 tall and beautiful women appear. They surrounded Shin Xiang and began to use their qi. Not long after, the power that bound Shin Xiang disappeared. He was finally able to move around in the soulless illusion realm. He then looked at the 10 beauties and laughed. You are all so beautiful, much more beautiful than Miss Fang Qing. Xin Lang, don't say that. Sister Qing is more outstanding than us in all aspects. The one who spoke was Qing Yu. She smiled slightly. When Qing Yu and the others saw Shin Xiang again, they were rather happy. Pairs of beautiful big eyes stared at Shin Xiang. Sparkling waves appeared in their eyes, causing Shin Xiang to be absent-minded. Previously, when Shen Xiang had saved them, they had only seen Shin Xiang in a hurry. At that time, they felt that Shin Xiang was extremely handsome, but they had never seen such a man in the Lost Soul Village. What's more, Shin Xiang is not only handsome, but also knows alchemy and has the ability to save them, which is very powerful. It wasn't that they didn't like men, but the men in the Lost Soul Village were naturally weak, so they had never seen a strong man. Therefore, they could only admire that kind of strong woman and rely on the strong woman to survive and obtain resources. Sisters, quickly let me out. Shin Xiang looked around and said helplessly, I'm still in the Lost Soul Illusion. Xin Lang, you have to promise us that after you save Sister Qing, you're not allowed to abandon Sister Qing and us. Qing Yu suddenly went up and grabbed Shin Xiang's hand. After the rest of the women saw it, they all came up to tear Qin Xiang apart and begged Qin Xiang softly not to abandon them. They could vaguely feel that the reason why Qin Xiang wanted to find Fang Qing was most likely because he didn't want to bring them along. Qin Xiang was extremely depressed. He never thought that his luck with women would be so good. No matter how he looked at it, it was a large-scale calamity. All right, I promise you. Qin Xiang had no choice but to agree for the time being and said, but all of you have to listen to my arrangements. I will arrange everything for you in the future. Seeing that Shen Xiang had agreed, Qing Yu and the others were relieved. Then they started to work to help Shin Xiang escape from the Lost Soul Illusion. After leaving, the women of the Lost Soul race hugged Shin Xiang for a while before returning to the 6 realms mirrors. Big brother Xin Lang, how do you feel now? Little sister Xiao Jing chuckled. Big brother Xin Lang, you are such a gentle and considerate beauty. Chapter 46:02. Shin Xiang used the tracking ability of the 6 realms mirrors and quickly returned to the Lost Soul Race's great villa. The moment he entered, he felt that something was amiss. This place was filled with a very strange smell. That smell was hard to describe. It was neither fragrant nor smelly. It was just that when one smelled it, they would feel that there was a faint smell. When he inhaled this smell, Shin Xiang would feel all the pores on his body contracting. What the hell is this? What a strange smell. Shen Xiang realized that this strange smell was dangerous, so he immediately carried out all sorts of self-protection to prevent the smell from seeping into his body and soul. Then he contacted Qingyu in the 6 realms mirrors and told her about the smell he smelled. After Qingyu finished listening, she actually felt terrified. "What's wrong, Miss Qingyu?" Shen Xiang heard Qingyu scream. "Shen Lang, hurry up and leave." Qingyu shouted from inside the 6 realms mirrors. "That smell is very dangerous. It was emitted by the lost soul race." "Dangerous? Quickly tell me what's going on," Shen Xiang anxiously asked. "I'm already here. I can't just leave like that. This smell will enter the soul and then ignite it. It's extremely terrifying." Qingyu said in fear. "The lost soul race is going to start a massacre. She must have used this move to kill a lot of people." Fang Qing was saved by Shen Xiang, so it was normal for the lost soul race to fly into a rage. However, the people she was killing right now were all her own people. "She used this move in her own villa. Isn't it to kill her own people?" Shen Xiang asked doubtfully. "I don't feel anything entering my soul right now, so I'm fine for the time being. It must be elder sister Qing who entered the villa and assassinated a lot of people." Qingyu said, "Elder sister Qing's lost soul illusion has a special soul endowment, which is to devour other people's souls through the lost soul illusion." "The lost soul illusion also has a soul endowment?" Shen Xiang said in shock. The lost soul illusion actually had a soul endowment as well. Regarding the research of soul endowment, Shen Xiang was currently at a loss because there were many forms of existence of soul endowment. For example, his clear heart eye existed in a very peculiar state as a result of the soul bestowment. In order to prevent elder sister Qing from devouring other people's souls, the soulless race used this move to kill the rest of the people in the villa on a large scale. This is very normal. Qingyue said, "Shen Lang, quickly leave. Run as far as you can. Elder sister Qing is already dead. Fang Qing is still alive." Shen Xiang said, "My tracking device can sense that she is still alive. But if you continue like this, your soul will be ignited." Qingyu was extremely anxious and almost cried. Shen Xiang followed the 6 realms mirrors and continued to track Fang Qing. Qingyu's worries were unnecessary. The drifting smell was blocked by Shen Xiang and did not enter his soul. Not long after, he came to a large lake in the villa and saw a small island in the middle of the lake. There were 2 women standing on the island, and one of them was Fang Qing. When Shen Xiang saw the appearance of the other woman, he was shocked because the other woman looked exactly the same as Fang Qing. However, the 2 of them had different temperaments. He could tell which one was Fang Qing from their temperament with a single glance. As for the other person who had the same appearance as Fang Qing, she should be the patriarch of the soulless race. Her entire body was emitting a vicious aura. Just by looking at her eyes, one could feel a vicious energy penetrating their hearts. The patriarch of the soulless race suddenly turned her head to look at Shen Xiang. When her eyes looked over, Shen Xiang could not help but take a few steps back. Furthermore, he felt his entire body being enveloped by a cold and fishy feeling of fear. Even his own soul felt as if it was about to be torn apart. "Shen Langyu, why are you here?" The moment she saw Shen Xiang, Fang Qing suddenly burst into tears as if she had an emotional breakdown. She cried out loudly, "Why did you come? Why did you come? Go, hurry up and leave. I'm here to save you." Shen Xiang shouted, "You can't save me." Fang Qing suddenly knelt on the ground. It could be seen that she had suffered heavy internal injuries. After seeing Shen Xiang, she completely collapsed. "Fang Qing, you didn't disappoint me. Before you died, you actually brought me such a beautiful treasure. Ha ha ha." The patriarch of the soulless race laughed wildly. "Great, great. This is a real man. What an excellent male slave." Chapter 46:03. Just now, after Shen Xiang saw the patriarch of the soulless race use the soulless illusion, He tried to resist the soulless illusion in a hurry. He didn't expect to succeed in one try, but he still didn't understand why he succeeded. One had to know that when he was with Fangqing earlier, it was completely useless. The patriarch of the soulless race was terrified. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at Xinxiang. At this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She could not believe that her soulless illusion had actually failed. Moreover, it was ineffective against men. One had to know that the soulless illusion was the easiest thing for men to fall into. If it was a woman, after training, she could resist her soulless illusion once or twice. But no matter what, she would still be dragged into the soulless illusion in the end. However, even though she had used her strongest soulless illusion technique, she still did not manage to drag Xinxiang into the soulless illusion. Impossible. The patriarch of the soulless race roared loudly, her eyes once again erupting with a golden light. Xinxiang was still not dragged into the soulless illusion by her, which made her completely despair. Your moves are useless against me. Xinxiang sneered, and then went over to beat up the patriarch of the soulless race. The patriarch of the soulless race had the same appearance as Fangqing, but in Xinxiang's eyes she was not beautiful at all, nor was she attractive. Fangqing's appearance was relatively ordinary, but she had a unique temperament that made her seem very charming. Therefore, Xinxiang would not show mercy just because the patriarch of the soulless race looked the same as Fangqing. Shanlang, let me end her myself. Fangqing suddenly shouted. She was extremely excited right now. She had never seen the patriarch of the soulless race in such a sorry state, and this was all because of her man. She also could not understand why Xinxiang was able to resist the patriarch of the soulless race's soulless illusion. All right. Xinxiang had already beaten the patriarch of the soulless race until his head was bleeding. Bitch! How dare you? What are you doing? The patriarch of the soulless race's eyes suddenly flashed. She wanted to use the soulless illusion on Fangqing. However, Xinxiang suddenly stood in front of Fangqing, blocking the soulless illusion cast by the patriarch of the soulless clan. You scoundrel, go to hell! Fangqing also used the soulless illusion, her eyes flashing with golden light. After the soulless patriarch screamed, his body was burned by the golden flames. It was obvious that the soul power Fangqing released just now was burning the soulless patriarch's soul. Furthermore, Fangqing was still devouring the golden energy that the patriarch of the soulless clan had turned into. After devouring the soulless patriarch, Fangqing, who was severely injured earlier, quickly recovered. After she stood up, she looked up at the sky and sighed. From now on, there will be no more soulless clan. Xinxiang looked around and found that this huge city had been shrouded by the special smell released by the soulless patriarch. Just now, the souls of everyone in the soulless village had been burned and absorbed by the soulless village patriarch. However, even after absorbing the souls of so many clansmen, the soulless patriarch was still unable to drag Xinxiang into the soulless illusion. Xinxiang also sighed. He did not expect that when he was fighting with the soulless patriarch, she would silently slaughter the entire village. Is it over? Xinxiang said, Is your soulless village really gone? It's not over yet. The power of the curse that is troubling us has not been found yet. Fangqing shook her head and said, As long as the power of the curse is still there, we will be entangled by the curse forever. Oh, right. Fangqing, I want to know where Sister Meng, and the others went. But the patriarch of the soulless clan is already dead. Xinxiang sighed. It doesn't matter. I've devoured her. I can read her memories. Fangqing came to Xinxiang's side, pulled his hand, and said, Help me destroy all the trees here. Fangqing had said before that there was a special fruit in the soulless village. After a man ate it, he would become pregnant. Xinxiang followed Fangqing and found these big trees. Then he threw them all into the world, defying God Furnace to be burned. Little sister Xiao Jing made a shocking discovery. There was a very strange power remaining in those big trees. It might be the power of the curse. Chapter 46:04. To Xinxiang, as long as Feng Qing did not appear in front of him, then he would not have to worry about being brought into the soulless illusion by her again. Xinxiang was now afraid of the soulless illusion, because after entering he would be like a little lamb at the mercy of others. Although he could resist the soulless illusion of the patriarch, he did not have the confidence to resist Feng Qing's soulless illusion. He also did not want to try again, because every time he entered Feng Qing's soulless illusion, his shadow would deepen even further. Therefore, he had to think of a way to restrain Feng Qing, or to stay far away from her. However, it was not possible right now, because Xinxiang still needed her help to find Xue Xianxian and the others. If he found Xue Xianxian and the others, coupled with the fact that Feng Qing had a good relationship with them, he might be able to throw Feng Qing and the others to Lu Menger and the others. Thinking of this, Xinxiang immediately relaxed a lot. After all, he couldn't bear to directly kick Feng Qing and the others away, so he still had to settle them down. Feng Qing didn't know what Xinxiang was thinking, but she could feel that Xinxiang was somewhat against her. This was something she didn't want to see. In fact, she knew very well that using that method to do so many things with Xinxiang would more or less have the opposite effect. At that time, Feng Qing felt that if she went to find the patriarch of the soulless race, it might be a dead end. That was why she used that method to make Xinxiang her man. She also wanted to apologize to Xinxiang, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. She was worried that Xinxiang would dislike her even more. Feng Qing thought that Xinxiang was resting, so she didn't disturb Xinxiang for the time being. Of course, Xinxiang did not rest. He came to the villa of the patriarch of the soulless race and went to a large mountain behind it. He flew around the mountain, but did not find the entrance to the cave. But the curse origin bead in his hand, the curse origin bead's internal fluctuations were extremely intense. Big brother, the curse origin bead is very active. What exactly is inside? I don't know. Xinxiang shook his head and then asked, Sister Jing, can you sense what's inside? No, I can't sense anything. Gidge, she said, can you see anything with your sharp eyes? I can't see. When Xinxiang was flying around the mountain, he had opened his mind's eye to look around, but he didn't see anything. Could it be that we have to break this mountain open? Xinxiang looked at the villa and found that this mountain was indeed a bit strange. It seemed that it was not originally here. Could it be that this mountain was moved here later on? I don't know. I'll try and see if I can blast it open. Xinxiang flew a bit further, then condensed a flame energy and blasted it from afar. The strange thing was that when the ball of flame hit the mountain wall, it burned fiercely at first, but it was quickly absorbed by the mountain. Also, the flames should have exploded, but they didn't. What's going on? Xinxiang suddenly did not dare to approach the mountain. Then he moved a huge rock from somewhere else, controlled the rock to float in the air, and smashed it down from the sky. When the rock landed on the mountain, it immediately exploded, but the mountain was not damaged at all. There's indeed something strange. Xinxiang then controlled a long sword to fly over. This sword was a divine sword that he had snatched from the hands of his enemy. It was extremely sturdy. However, when the sword flew over, it did not leave a mark on the mountain wall. When the sword pierced the mountain wall, it also made a sound, but the sword was not damaged at all. Chapter 46:05. Xinxiang was sure that he had just entered a strange spatial passageway, and the location of that space was inside the mountain. He was still not sure how this was formed. If it was formed naturally, then it would be extremely terrifying. If it was man-made, then it was still within the acceptable range for Xinxiang. Shenlang, where are you right now? Feng Qing, who was in the 6 realms mirrors, really wanted to know about Xinxiang's current situation. I'm in that mountain. Xinxiang said, The method I used to enter the mountain was to fall from a high altitude. I didn't expect it to actually work. What's inside? Feng Qing asked. I don't know. It's pitch black all around, and what I'm stepping on is soft. Shen Xiang squatted down and touched his feet. It was not mud. He wanted to use the light to illuminate the area, but he discovered that the light would be swallowed by the darkness. What he was stepping on was also dark energy. When the soulless race went in, it wasn't like this. Feng Qing said, I checked her memories. There should be a white stone table inside. That should be the spell platform. A white spell platform? Xinxiang frowned. When the soulless race entered this place, was it pitch black all around? No. Feng Qing said, when she entered, there was a red light inside. Maybe the white spell platform is still there, but I can't see it, Xinxiang said, because in this black space all light will be absorbed, and it will not be able to shine far away. At this time, little sister Xiao Jing reminded Xinxiang and said, Big brother, release the magic curse origin bead and take a look. Xinxiang had always taken out the magic curse origin bead, but when he jumped down, he was worried that he would encounter some unexpected situation. So he kept the magic curse origin bead. Now that he took out the magic curse origin bead, he discovered that the magic curse origin bead suddenly exploded with a burst of demonic red light. This kind of light could illuminate all directions, instantly dyeing this black space into a demonic red. Very quickly, Xinxiang saw a white table. This table was very strange. It was triangular and only had 3 corners. It was not very big, just big enough for one person to sit on. Is this the spell platform? Xinxiang told Feng Qing what he saw. The incantation altar that the soulless patriarch saw before was like this, Feng Qing said. Did the soulless patriarch do anything to this incantation altar? Xinxiang continued to ask. He used the eye of clear mind to look, but he could not see anything. She didn't do anything. She just sat beside the spell altar. Then, unknowingly, she was sent to the top of the mountain. Feng Qing said. After that, she never went in again. After Shen Xiang got close to the incantation altar, he circled it and observed it carefully. The design of the spell platform was very simple. It looked like a thick triangular white board on top of it, and each corner was supported by a white triangular pillar. Shen Xiang looked very carefully and did not miss any details, but he could not see anything. The incantation altar was pure white and there were no patterns on its surface. Furthermore, when he used the eye of clear mind to investigate, he could not see any energy, fluctuations. He also used the 6 realms mirrors to illuminate and project energy, but there was no reaction. Big brother, I have a bold idea, said. Maybe it can make the incantation altar react. Tell me about it, Xinxiang said. Previously, when you used the 6 realms mirrors to shine, you released a very strong energy that was absorbed by the incantation altar. He said, what is the energy absorbed by the incantation altar used for? Where will it go? That's right, a small incantation altar, and it doesn't seem to be connected to anything. The energy might be stored inside. Xinxiang said, the 6 realms mirrors looks very small, but it can also absorb a lot of energy. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. So this incantation altar doesn't look simple, so I think. What are you thinking? Xinxiang chuckled. Little mirror girl, could it be that you want to devour this incantation altar? That's right. I plan to use the 6 realms mirrors to devour the incantation altar. The material of this thing is very special. Maybe it can bring about a huge change to the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiao Jing giggled. Big brother, what do you think? I can give it a try. Shen Xiang thought for a moment, then shook his head. But I'm worried that it will be dangerous. After all, we don't understand this thing. Chapter 46:06. The more little sister Xiao Jing knew about Xinxiang's situation, the more worried she became. This was because the cursed spirit was very terrifying and possessed a power that was hard to resist, which was why it was so easy for her to get onto Xinxiang's body. Xinxiang and little sister Xiao Jing did not even have time to react before they were possessed by the cursed spirit. In fact, even if they had known beforehand, they would not have been able to resist it. Fortunately, Xinxiang calmed down very quickly and thought of a way to deal with it in an instant. At the same time, he trapped the cursed spirit in his own body and used the heavenly alchemy to deal with it. After Xinxiang entered the world-defying God furnace, he gradually calmed down. Previously, he was more or less nervous, worried that his thoughts would not be of much use. After all, the cursed spirit was very strange, and it was difficult to refine it into a pill. Now that he was inside the world-defying God furnace, the cursed spirit was directly suppressed and lost its activity. One had to know that when they were outside the divine furnace, the cursed spirit was swimming within Xinxiang's body, wanting to quickly seize Xinxiang's body. At this time, the cursed spirit was unable to wantonly swim within Xinxiang's body. It was gradually imprisoned by Xinxiang at the position of his heart, and then moved to his abdomen. Xinxiang also looked extremely terrifying now. His body was still completely red. His skin and muscles were like burning red iron, and the temperature of his entire body was extremely high. This was mainly because the world-defying God furnace was increasing the heat, and the flames it released were also fusing with Xinxiang as much as possible, helping Xinxiang burn the cursed spirit. Xinxiang absorbed the flames that erupted from the world-defying God furnace, then condensed them into his own abdomen and circulated the heavenly alchemy to refine the cursed spirit. Although he did not understand what was going on with the cursed spirit, he could already control it now. Fang Qing was worried to death because Xinxiang had not replied to her for a long time. Now she could only anxiously walk around inside the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiao Jing only told her that Xinxiang was fine for the time being, but this made Fang Qing even more worried. From Fang Qing's point of view, Xinxiang must have encountered some extremely important emergency, which was why he could not immediately reply to her. "Big brother, how is your current situation?" Xiao Jing asked. "It's a lot better," Xinxiang said. "Jing girl, is there any change in the space outside?" The mountain that Xinxiang had entered before could be considered as a space. He guessed that the cursed spirit was the main part of that space. "Not at the moment," he said. "The cursed spirit still has a strong connection with that space. There's still no change. That means the cursed spirit has not been completely refined by me." Xinxiang said. "Then I have to work harder." If the space outside had changed, it meant that the cursed spirit had been completely defeated by Xinxiang. Little sister Xiao Jing was also very curious. What kind of power did the cursed spirit have, and why did it appear here? "Big brother, how much longer do we need to practice?" Xiao Jing asked. "I don't know. It might take a long time. 6 realms mirrors. Use the power of the time origin bead." Xinxiang sighed. "Consume a little more energy. This can save us some time." If he had to train for a few years, then Xinxiang could not wait any longer, because the situation in the southern fallen forest had changed a lot. If he stayed here for a few years, who knew what the southern fallen forest or the entire Tianmu sacred wasteland would become? Fortunately, the 6 realms mirrors had fused with the time origin bead, so it was already very familiar with reversing time. Little sister Xiao Jing immediately activated the time domain. At the same time, she also prevented Fang Qing and the others from entering the time domain. This way, Fang Qing would not need to wait too long. This time, it will take a long time to refine. The benefits brought by this cursed spirit should not disappoint me. Xinxiang could feel that the cursed spirit contained a very strange power. If he could grasp it, he might be able to understand the power of the curse better. Ever since Xinxiang entered the southern fallen forest, the Tao Creation Sage and Silian quickly rushed to the southern fallen forest. As for the heavenly sage, He also headed to the Middle Sacred Continent and told the powerful ancient demon prisoners about Xinxiang's situation. He hoped that they would all head to the southern fallen forest to find Xinxiang. Xinxiang possessed the universe fate, and was even a person with the world-defying universe's fate. If they could capture Xinxiang, they might be able to control this world-defying universe. Regarding the world-defying universe, the heavenly sage was still rather optimistic, because the appearance of this universe was an accident. Furthermore, it was not restricted by the universe divine sense C, yet it could absorb the energy of the universe divine sense C and exist independently. Other than that, the heavenly sage also mentioned the matter of the curse. He told the group of powerful ancient demon prisoners that Xinxiang, a person with a universe fate, was extremely likely to help them get rid of the curse. The powerful ancient demon prisoners were also tortured by the curse. Chapter 46:07. The Tao Creation Sage was quite familiar with Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths. He had also sealed the divine mirror of 6 paths that had gone berserk. At the same time, he knew that the divine mirror of 6 paths' ability to grow was very terrifying. The Tao Creation Sage injected his own power into the mirror. The mirror fluctuated and a gust of wind erupted. This gust of wind continued to spread in all directions, and its speed was very fast. If this gust of wind can sense the remaining energy of the divine mirror of 6 paths, it will fly back by itself. The Tao Creation Sage said, "What I need to do now is to continuously release this wind, and then possibly cover a larger area." Senior, do you think the Sage of Heavenly Sword and the Sage of Heavenly Punishment will come in? Salian asked. Yes, they will definitely come in. They all want to break free from the shackles of the curse. Now is a great opportunity. The Tao Creation Sage said, "So we must be in front of them. At least we can't let Xinxiang fall into their hands." Salian also nodded and sighed. "I really didn't expect that Xinxiang would actually have a universe fate. He is really hidden. This guy is really amazing." The Tao Creation Sage smiled and said, "So, to remove the curse, we can only look at him." The Tao Creation Sage had previously said that if Xinxiang could use alchemy to refine the universe fate, then he would be able to break free from the curse. With the universe fate, can you really stop being tortured by the curse? Salian frowned. Xinxiang also has some curses on his body, and he has the universe fate. The curse is not a curse. The Tao Creation Sage shook his head and said, "The Heavenly Sword curse was originally created by the Sage of Heavenly Punishment and the Sage of Heavenly Punishment, and after many years of improvement, it has become even more terrifying." "Is it more powerful than the curse?" Salian was puzzled and said, "Since Xinxiang has the universe fate, then he shouldn't be afraid of the curse. Let's put it this way. The power of the curse comes from outside the world-defying universe, and the power of the curse on Xinxiang is completed through the world-defying universe." The Tao Creation Sage said, "If Xinxiang wants to get rid of his curse, he needs a universe of life outside the universe of world-defying." "Why is that?" Kai Lian said, "Does the power that cursed Xinxiang really come from the world-defying universe?" Of course. Sage Tian's curse technique was passed down to the Supreme Nine Palaces and the Heaven Illuminating Sect. Then these powers passed it down to other powers. When they sealed Xinxiang, they did it in the world-defying universe in order to curse. The Tao Creation Sage was helpless and said, "I couldn't stop it at that time. The only life providence outside of the world-defying universe is my life providence." Salian let out a long sigh and said, "Xinxiang transferred my fate soul line to him. So Sage Tian can't curse me anymore. Maybe the curse won't descend on me in the future. So you're going to give him your universe?" The Tao Creation Sage said with a smile, "It seems that you have a good relationship with him." "Senior, there's nothing between him and me," Kai Lian quickly said. The Tao Creation Sage just chuckled and continued to urge the mirror in his hand to release a strong wind. There's nothing between you and him. That's good too, the Tao creation sage said. Why is it good? Kai Lian asked. Because Xin Xiang's existence destroyed the Tao order. The heavenly Tao originally had order, and when it operated, it was also very ruthless. Therefore, people like Shen Xiang who destroy the Tao order will be corrected sooner or later, and then completely eliminated. If you have nothing to do with him, then you won't be implicated and won't be sad because of it. When the Tao creation sage said these words, his expression was also quite solemn. Kai Lian seemed to be very surprised. Her eyes quickly turned as if she was thinking about something. Senior, what does this mean? I don't understand. Kai Lian said. The appearance of the world-defying universe is not in the Tao order. Let me tell you this. You construct a good world, and you formulate how the world works, even to the point of everyone's life and death. The Tao creation sage said, everything will be compiled according to your expectations. Impossible. Why does heaven and earth exist? It is indeed a mystery, but I don't think my fate is already determined. Kai Lian shook her head. You are also a universe creator. In your universe, you really can't manage so much. Many aspects are left to their own devices, right? The Tao creation sage said. Of course, who can manage so much? Kai Lian said. And I never thought of destroying any civilization. There are many universes in the universe Spirit Sea. But if you want to destroy all the universes, then it's easy. The Tao creation sage said with a smile. Let's say every universe in the universe Spirit Sea is equivalent to a person, and the growth of these universes has always been watched. Is the Heavenly Mother universe the same? Kai Lian was shocked by this statement. Yes, only the world-defying universe is not. The Tao creation sage suddenly became serious. The birth of the Heavenly Mother universe was originally born from some kind of power. All the universes in the universe Spirit Sea are connected to the universe Spirit Sea by an invisible line, so the universe Spirit Sea can destroy these universes at any time or regulate the energy inside these universes. The Tao creation sage continued. Then, after the world-defying universe is discovered, won't it be destroyed? Kai Lian was suddenly very worried. She thought that the world-defying universe was pretty good. Not really, as long as we kill Xinxiang. The world-defying universe can be reconnected to the universe Spirit Sea. They should be very interested in this special world-defying universe. But the premise is that they must control it. The Tao creation sage said, Chapter 46:08. What the Heavenly Mother Sage knows is indeed the least. Lian thought about it seriously and seemed to understand why. Is it because I have too many clones? Lian said, yes, mainly because you cultivate the Heavenly Mother Myriad World secret, causing you to disperse your energy. You have too many clones over the years. You divided a lot of parts of the soul, reincarnated many times, and after some clones died, the soul was also killed, so you lost a lot of memory. The Tao creation sage said, so I should have known a lot of things. Lian herself also understood that when she split a lot of soul out, most of the memories were scattered. Maybe you thought these memories were troubles, so you divided them. The Tao creation sage said, some things not knowing is really good. It seems that I have to recover my divided soul as much as possible. Lian sighed, when can this be done? This kind of thing, just leave it to fate, don't force it. Your current state is actually very good, isn't it? The Tao creation sage smiled. He looked at the mirror in his hand. His face suddenly changed and said, not good. How can I sense the Tian Fa sage? Tian Fa sage, they are coming? Lian was also nervous. Well, he is still a little far from us, but they seem to know where Xinxiang is. The Tao creation sage said, we should be able to find Xinxiang one step ahead of them. Lian is now relieved. Senior, You said before that Xinxiang will be eliminated by the Tao order. This is to correct the Tao order. How can I save Xinxiang? Silian said, He is my friend after all. I want to help him. I don't know. The Tao creation sage shook his head and said, If you want to break this situation, only Xinxiang can break it by himself. I have to find all the clones quickly. Maybe it will let me know how to save Xinxiang. Salian's eyes are firm. It can be seen that she is all for saving Xinxiang. Find Xinxiang first. He can always surprise people. The Tao creation sage said. Xinxiang was refining the cursed spirit, and he also felt that the power of the cursed spirit was inconceivable. Brother, how's the progress? Xiao Jing asked. It's all right. Xinxiang said. I've already refined the cursed spirit's consciousness. Next, I'll enter the core formation stage. Xinxiang had been in the time domain of the 6 realms mirrors for several years. When he was refining the cursed spirit, he had improved a lot in all aspects. He could vaguely feel that he was about to open the 3rd layer of the soul sea. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break through the 3rd layer of the soul sea. He believed that there was some kind of power restricting him. This was a restriction that came from the power of laws. If he wanted to break through, he had to start from the laws. This isn't fair. Those fellas from the cosmos god sea have many heavy soul seas. As for the creatures of the world-defying stage universe, no matter how they cultivate, they are unable to cultivate multiple soul CS. Xinxiang now had a rough understanding of the relationship between the soul sea and the cultivation of the 6 paths. If the total of the 6 paths reached 300 steps, it would be difficult to improve, unless one cultivated to the 2nd layer of the soul sea. And when the total reached 600 steps, if one was unable to cultivate to the 3rd layer of the soul sea, then the cultivation of the 6 paths would not be able to continue improving. Xinxiang's total cultivation of the 6 paths was still below 600 steps. But with his speed, it wouldn't be long before he reached 600 steps. If he couldn't cultivate to the 3rd layer of the soul sea, his cultivation would not be able to improve. This was mainly because the world-defying stage universe did not have the laws of the soul sea cultivation. The experts from the cosmos god sea all cultivated multiple soul CS, so they did not need to worry about this kind of thing. In their previous cultivation laws, there were only the soul sea cultivation laws. Now that they had come to the world-defying stage universe, there were 6 more cultivation laws. In that case, their soul sea cultivation laws and the 6 cultivation laws would be superimposed on each other, and their strength would be extremely strong. If the creatures of the world-defying stage universe did not cultivate in the soul sea, they would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 4609. Xinxiang did not pay too much attention to the call that Fang Qing mentioned. In his opinion, it was very normal for someone who was very good at using the soulless illusion realm to sometimes have this kind of hallucination. Fang Qing, this should be your hallucination. Have you had this kind of situation before? Xinxiang asked. I haven't seen it before. It doesn't seem like a hallucination. Maybe it's because I've experienced too much during this period of time. That's why it's like this. It should be normal after a while. Fang Qing did not pay too much attention to the mysterious call. I'm going to the protruding forehead people. Xinxiang said. They should also have an incantation platform. Me. This. Xinxiang. Before Fang Qing could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Xinxiang. Fang Qing, don't call me Xinlang. We're so familiar with each other. Calling me, that makes me feel like there's a gap between us. Xinxiang teased with a smile. Haven't you seen the feelings between husband and wife? A real couple wouldn't call each other that. Ah, then how should I address you? I think it's more intimate this way. Fang Qing asked. Xinxiang finally found a way to stop Fang Qing from calling him Xinlang. You can just call me Elder Brother Xin. Xinxiang said with a smile. Do all the women who have a good relationship with you call you that? Fang Qing was not stupid. She felt that this was strange. All the women who had a good relationship with Shen Xiang called him little scoundrel. Of course, he couldn't let Fang Qing call him that. For many years, he had been trying to get rid of the nickname of little scoundrel. You can also call me elder brother Xiang, Xin Xiang said with a smile. Xian Xian used to call me that. Xue Xian Xian? What's your relationship with her? Fang Qing knew that Shen Xiang knew Lu Meng'er and Xue Xian Xian, but she never thought that it would be this kind of relationship, because in her opinion, Xue Xian Xian and the others were much more outstanding than Xin Xiang in all aspects. After Fang Qing came into contact with Lu Meng'er and the others, she thought that they were all unreachable and powerful women. She's my wife. She and I have known each other since we were young. We were engaged when we were young, Shen Xiang said with a smile. Fang Qing was shocked. She didn't expect that Shen Xiang's wife was Xue Xian Xian. Brother Shen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that with you before. Fang Qing suddenly felt extremely regretful. She bit her lips and said, How about from now on we pretend that what happened before never happened? Qing, or don't think too much. Let nature take its course in the future. Shen Xiang didn't expect that after bringing up Xue Xian Xian, Fang Qing would be subdued. Brother Shen, are you going to look for the man with the protruding forehead? Their bodies are very strong. Directly attacking their bodies won't work. You need to attack their souls. Fang Qing said, When the time comes, I will go out and help you deal with them. Many thanks, Qing Er. Xin Xiang smiled. Now that Shen Xiang addressed Fang Qing as Qing Er, she felt a little reserved, but she accepted it silently. Xin Xiang's feelings for Fang Qing were very complicated. The soulless illusion that this woman controlled was too strange. Qing Er, I was able to block the soulless illusion of the soulless race's chief before. Tell me, can I block your soulless illusion? Xin Xiang said. How about you come out and test me? Sure. Fang Qing also agreed. After she came out of the 6 realms mirrors, she didn't even dare to look at Xin Xiang. She felt very inferior. In her opinion, Shen Xiang was Xue Xianxian's man, and Xue Xianxian was so much more outstanding than her. Yet, she used that method to possess Xin Xiang. Elder brother Xin, can you not tell Xianxian about what happened between us? Fang Qing felt very regretful and guilty. She can see through it. Xin Xiang said, Don't think too much. Quickly try the soulless illusion on me. Because he was able to resist the soulless illusion of the soulless race's chief, coupled with the fact that Shen Xiang's cultivation had increased by a lot, he was extremely confident. Furthermore, he could tell that because Fang Qing knew about his relationship with Xue Xianxian, she had received a blow because of this. She seemed to be lacking in confidence, and perhaps when she used the soulless illusion, her strength would decrease by a lot. Because he could not resist Fang Qing's soulless illusion, Xin Xiang was very afraid of it. This was the shadow in his heart. Chapter 46:10. When Fang Qing mentioned this matter before, Shen Xiang did not take it seriously and really thought that it was Fang Qing's illusion. At that time, even Fang Qing thought so. Now that Xin Xiang has entered Fang Qing's lost soul illusion, after staying inside for a period of time, he can actually hear the strange call that Fang Qing mentioned before. Elder brother Xin, it may also be my own problem. Fang Qing rubbed her forehead and said, Maybe there's something wrong with my soul. That's why there's this illusion in my soul. Impossible, impossible. Xin Xiang quickly shook his head and asked, How often does this sound appear? I want to listen again. If the voice that appeared in Fang Qing's lost soul illusion was not Salian's voice, then Xin Xiang would also think that there was something wrong with Fang Qing's soul. However, he did hear Salian's voice now. Fang Qing has never seen Salian and has never known Salian from Shen Xiang's memory, so she definitely can't imitate her voice. Then there is only one possibility, that is, the call from Fang Qing's lost soul illusion is indeed Salian's. Maybe I swallowed the soul of the lost soul patriarch. That's why it's like this. Fang Qing herself doesn't know what's wrong, so she can only make various guesses. No, wait, Shan Xiang said seriously, because I am very familiar with that voice. It's a friend of mine. Hearing this, Fang Qing was surprised. Why would the voice of Xin Xiang's friend appear in her lost soul illusion? Elder brother Xin, what the hell is going on? That call seems to be coming from inside the soul. Why can your friend make this call through my soul? Fang Qing is not only surprised, but also somewhat afraid. Xin Xiang can only shake his head and said, I have to listen again to be sure. Not long after, Xin Xiang heard the call again. Where are you? I need your help. After Xin Xiang heard it, he took a deep breath and said, It is indeed my friend's voice. Can you answer her? I don't know what to do. Fang Qing's heart was also in a mess. She really wanted to figure out what was going on. Elder brother Xin, is your friend calling you through me? I'm not sure. I have to find her quickly. Xin Xiang said she should have entered the southern fallen forest. She might have come to find me. Is she also your woman? Fang Qing suddenly thought of this. Not really. Shan Xiang doesn't know how to describe his relationship with Cailian. He and Cailian's soul illusion. After all, their souls have been in very intimate contact before. Although they were only in the soul sea, that feeling was incomparably real. I'll try to answer her. Fang Qing said, I also want to know what's going on. Next, she tried. Cailian zes, a matter. Cailian is of course Cailian is Cailian's. Fang's of she of course of a of course. He told Fang Qing not to try to answer for the time being. Instead, when the call came, she should try to find a way to enter the abyss of her soul and search for clues. Sure enough, after Fang Qing entered the abyss of her soul, she found the source of the call. It was indeed coming from the depths of her soul. Shen Xiang suddenly has a hypothesis. He knows that when Cailian was the Heavenly Mother Sage, she cultivated the Heavenly Mother's art of thousand worlds and created many doppelgangers. The doppelgangers all had the soul of the Heavenly Mother Sage. These doppelgangers would also go through many reincarnations. Fang Qing is very likely to be one of the doppelgangers of the Heavenly Mother Sage. Shan Xiang believes that this is very likely the case. Cailian is also a doppelganger of Cailian. He suddenly thought of another possibility. Most of the women in the Lost Soul Village are most likely Cailian's doppelgangers. Chapter 46:11. Xin Xiang also wanted to see Cailian as soon as possible and wanted to know why she came in. After all, the southern fallen forest was a very dangerous place. If she came in alone, it would definitely be dangerous. And if she wasn't guarding the divine medicine treasure city, Xin Xiang wouldn't be at ease. There was also the matter of Fang Qing. If Fang Qing was really Cailian's clone, Shen Xiang didn't know what to say. Fang Qing is currently with Qing Yu and a dozen other women and has pulled their souls into her soulless illusion. According to Xin Xiang, they will work together to respond to the call from the depths of their souls. Xin Xiang is more worried that after Fang Qing and the others know that they are clones, they won't be able to accept this kind of thing and then do something dangerous. He hoped that when the time came, he would be able to communicate with Cailian and let her handle this matter properly. Big brother, how many clones does the Heavenly Mother Sage have? Do you think that among the sisters of the 100 Flowers world, there are any clones of the Heavenly Mother Sage? This Lienu of yours is really something. Creating so many clones doesn't seem to be of any benefit to her. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed and said, I don't think I'm her clone. I don't know. From the looks of it, she really needs the power of these clones. I wonder what kind of situation she encountered. To be honest, I'm a little worried about her. Xin Xiang said, although she is the Heavenly Mother Sage and was once the 9-colored Lotus Emperor, she doesn't give me the feeling that she's very reliable. There shouldn't be any problems. No matter what, she has lived for many years. If everything goes well, you will be able to see her very soon. Little mirror girl, if you suddenly found out that you were Lianer's clone, what would you do? Xinxiang asked. I don't know. If I hadn't fallen into that situation, I wouldn't have been able to say how I would feel. Little sister Xiao Jing thought about it, but was unable to answer Xinxiang. She asked instead, Big brother, what if it was you? If you suddenly found out that you were someone else's clone and were about to be taken back by them, what would you do? Of course, I would resist to the end. Xinxiang curled his lips and said, I might even go against the original body. That's really your style. However, if you were the main body, you would definitely think of ways to leave something behind when creating the doppelganger. That way, it would be easier to control the doppelganger. Little sister Xiao Jing smiled and said, That's why it's very difficult to go against me. Who knows? You might just succumb to my will soon. Actually, I don't think that the clone should have its own independent personality and self-awareness from the very beginning. Xinxiang said. Sister Zillion was forced to cultivate Sister Shinro's doppelganger. This is understandable. Sister Xanro has also cultivated many doppelgangers, but those doppelgangers knew from the start that they were doppelgangers, so this is not a problem. Little sister Xiaojing also agreed with Xinxiang's point of view. She said, like Lian who has cultivated a doppelganger, they don't know anything. If they were suddenly taken back, it would be somewhat cruel. Fang Qing, Qing Yu, and a dozen other women were sitting together. Xinxiang was also looking at them from the side. Previously, he felt that Fang Qing had a very familiar feeling. Now, it seemed that he felt that she was a little similar to Lian. She had the temperament of a colorful lotus. Even after many years of reincarnation, the doppelganger produced by the Heavenly Mother's soul could still retain many of the same temperament as the Heavenly Mother. Then there was Qing Yu and the others. Although they did not have the obvious temperament that Fang Qing had, they were still different from the rest. Also, the fact that more than a dozen of them could gather together and even fall in love with each other was very abnormal in itself. It was very likely that when the Heavenly Mother split her soul, she had injected a strong consciousness into the depths of these souls, allowing these doppelgangers to gather together when they met. But after many years, the consciousness that she injected back then could have undergone other changes, so they now had very special feelings. Xinxiang tried to deduce how the Heavenly Mother's doppelganger grew after cultivating the Heavenly Mother's myriad world art. And then how did they meet? Brother, have you noticed the Heavenly Mother's doppelganger is always attracted to you? For example, Sister Xianro, Sister Zillian, and later Lian. Er's personality, they all seem to like you very much. Little Sister Xiao Jing laughed and said, And now, Fang Qing, even Qing Yu and the others are not against you. Ah, Little Sister Jing, don't tell me you think that I am also the Heavenly Mother's doppelganger? This is too ridiculous. Xinxiang was shocked by Little Sister Xiao Jing's words and broke out in cold sweat, because he had just speculated that the doppelganger that the Heavenly Mother had cultivated would have a kind of attraction to each other. What are you thinking about? I mean, you and the Heavenly Mother seem to be attracted to each other. What do you think is the reason? Little Sister Xiao Jing laughed out loud. She did not expect Xinxiang to think that she was the doppelganger of the Heavenly Mother. Yes, what is the reason? Logically speaking, when the Heavenly Mother cultivated her doppelganger, she definitely wouldn't let her doppelganger casually fall in love with a man. Xinxiang frowned and said, But a few of her doppelganger have fallen in love with me, and it's under the condition that they have independent personalities. Didn't your Lian say before? She once had a universe fate. And brother, you're now a person with a universe fate. Perhaps her doppelganger can vaguely sense that you have a universe fate and might think that you are the main body, which is why she is attracted to you. Indeed, there is a high possibility. Xinxiang nodded repeatedly and said, Maybe even when Xilian created her doppelganger back then, she did not consider such a thing. Fang Qing suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Qing, what's wrong? Xinxiang hurriedly asked. Chapter 46:12. They have already started fighting? Shen Xiang initially thought that Kai Lian and the protruded forehead man were fighting. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the protruded forehead man would not use this kind of scorching flame. Moreover, the aura of the scorching heat wave was not emitted by Kai Lian. In other words, it is someone else who is fighting. Furthermore, Shen Xiang did not sense Kai Lian's aura. What the hell is going on? Kai Lian should be here. Did she not participate in the battle? Who is fighting? After Shen Xiang approached the battlefield, he carefully analyzed the aura of the battlefield and confirmed that he did not sense Kai Lian's aura. This meant that Kai Lian did not participate in the battle. Could it be that she is not here? Shen Xiang did not immediately fly over. He is worried that if he approached, he would be discovered by the people on the other side. This is because he is still unable to determine who is fighting and whether they are friend or foe. Suddenly, a formidable and dreadful divine sense enveloped over. Shen Xiang was directly locked onto by this divine sense. His hair immediately stood erect because this power is too dreadful. This is Sage Heavenly Go. Shen Xiang sensed Sage Heavenly Go's aura. When he was in Divine Medicine Treasure City, he indeed fought with Sage Heavenly Go. However, at that time, Sage Heavenly Go did not personally come. At this moment, Sage Heavenly Go was the most powerful true body of his. The most dreadful thing is that after Shen Xiang was locked onto by Sage Heavenly Go, he discovered that there is no way for him to escape. This feeling is very intense. It means that he has entered Sage Heavenly Go's domain in an instant. Sage Etian had just used his powerful soul energy to form a simple domain. Even though it is a very simple domain, Shen Xiang can feel that it is very hard for him to escape. Why is this guy here? Shen Xiang can only take out his weapon and divine mirror of 6 paths to prepare for battle. Since he cannot escape from this domain, he can only face it head-on and find an opportunity to escape. The current him is not Sage Heavenly Go's opponent. Sage Heavenly Go's true body is indeed very dreadful. Shen Xiang also discovered that other than Sage Heavenly Go, there are many other people who have the same formidable strength as Sage Heavenly Go. The heat wave that erupted from the battle was caused by the many ancient devil prisoners. Sage Etian hadn't participated in the battle before. He had only released this domain after sensing Shen Xiang's approach. He wanted to trap Shen Xiang. Big brother, that guy is very strong. Don't fight with him now, and he still has helpers here. Little sister Xiao Jing also saw that the current situation was not good for Shen Xiang. I know, I don't want to fight with him, but there's no other way now. As Shen Xiang spoke, he suddenly saw a huge mountain. That mountain was exactly the same as the cursed mountain in the backyard of the soulless patriarch's villa. I've got it. Shen Xiang immediately thought of an idea. Right at this moment, Sage Etian suddenly appeared. His entire body was wrapped in black instant noodles of various sizes. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but one could sense an incomparably violent and overbearing energy from his body. Brat, throw yourself in. Sage Etian stretched out a huge black hand and grabbed toward Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang also flashed away in an instant and released a puppet clone in the same place. Little sister Xiao Jing had refined many holy soul Dan in divine mirror of 6 paths, and most of them had bodies. The souls of these holy soul Dan had all been refined by Shen Xiang, and all of them had Shen Xiang's aura. Therefore, he released a holy soul Dan floating in the air to distract Sage Etian. Chapter 46:13. At this time, the Tao Creation Sage was also quite worried about Shen Xiang. The main reason they came in this time was to find Shen Xiang and ensure his safety. If Shen Xiang fell into the hands of the Sage of Heavenly Chess and the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Sage of Heavenly Chess and the Sage of Heavenly Punishment shouldn't be able to break through that mountain in a short period of time. That mountain is truly miraculous, to actually be able to block their powerful attacks. The Tao Creation Sage said, "Why is Xinxiang here? Did he come to find us because he knew we were here?" Kai Lian was rather suspicious of Xinxiang's sudden appearance. Probably not. He might have come for that mountain. This mountain is so sturdy and we don't know how to enter. Maybe there are some treasures hidden inside. The Tao Creation Sage laughed. "Did you see that? The Sage of Heavenly Punishment and the others are all as anxious as mad dogs." The Tao Creation Sage and the others were indeed crazily attacking the cursed mountain. Xinxiang suddenly appeared here and entered such a strange mountain, so they all thought that there must be something inside the mountain. Xinxiang was originally their goal, and now that Xinxiang had discovered something very powerful, it would definitely make them even more anxious. Although they were guarding outside the cursed mountain, they did not dare guarantee that they would be able to squat down Xinxiang. One had to know that they had previously discovered the power of spatial fluctuations. Xinxiang had entered the mountain through those spatial fluctuations. If Xinxiang also used this power to teleport away, wouldn't they have to wait here forever? Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to break through the cursed mountain as soon as possible and determine if Xinxiang was still inside. If only we could contact Xinxiang. Kai Lian sighed softly. "We came in just to find him. Now that we have found him, we don't know how we can leave the southern fallen forest." "Don't worry. Finding him is only the first step. The next step is to find your universe fate, as well as the heart palace and universe origin heart of the Heavenly Mother Universe." The Tao Creation Sage said, "Since you're here, then you have to take them all." "Senior, that's easy for you to say. Now that we are facing those B** stars, we have no way of dealing with them. Next, we still have to search for the Universe Heart Palace. We will definitely clash with them. When that happens, they will definitely go even crazier." Kai Lian sighed and said, "The current me doesn't have the strength that I had in the past. It's very difficult to fight against them." "You're wrong. Something strange was happening in the southern fallen forest. In the vicinity of the mountain, there is a kind of forehead protruding people. They are very strange." Tao Creation Sage said, "We have met before, haven't we?" "That's right. Those guys' bodies are as tough as a mountain. They can't be broken at all. Moreover, they are extremely powerful." Cilian nodded. Sage Etian and the others were crazily attacking those people, but they didn't manage to kill many of them. "Those guys can't kill Sage Etian and the others. It's really strange." The Tao Creation Sage said, "So you're saying that the southern fallen forest still has a lot of humans with strange skills?" Kai Lian asked. "I suspect that this is the power of a curse." The Tao Creation Sage nodded and said, "I don't know how the power of a curse spread throughout the southern fallen forest. So it formed this southern fallen forest. Who sealed off the southern fallen forest? It is said that once you enter the southern fallen forest, it will be very difficult to leave." Kai Lian also realized that the things hidden in the southern fallen forest were more complicated than she had imagined. "I don't know. Maybe your universe, Yuan Xian, found that the power of a curse spread here, so it sealed the entire southern fallen forest to prevent the power of the curse from spreading." The Tao Creation Sage said, "Why would my universe, Yuan Xian, do these things?" Kai Lian didn't seem to understand her universe, Yuan Xian. "The universe, Yuan Xian, is very powerful. There are many things it can do." The Tao Creation Sage laughed. "You will know in the future." After Xinxiang entered the Curse Mountain, he did not immediately draw out the cursed spirit. He sat and waited for a period of time. After confirming that Sage Etian and the others were unable to enter the Curse Mountain, he began to draw out the cursed spirit. He took out the curse origin bead and first illuminated the interior of the cursed mountain. After seeing the curse platform, he took out the green dragon demon slayer and slashed down at the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit immediately appeared and the entire space turned blood red. To Xinxiang's surprise, The cursed spirit this time was much stronger than before. After it came out, it brought along a suffocating stench and directly pounced towards Xinxiang's head. The situation is different this time. Xinxiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to block the cursed spirit's pouncing attack. That ball of red light also transformed into a ferocious, blood-red head at this time. It looked very frightening. It's been a long time since I met someone with a universe fate. I didn't expect it to not be extinct. The cursed spirit laughed sinisterly. You devoured a cursed spirit before, right? That's great. I wanted to devour that guy for a long time. Now that you've delivered it to me, thank you so much. The cursed spirit that Xinxiang encountered this time was actually able to communicate. It could be seen that it was much stronger than before. Die. Chapter 46:14. Big Brother, did you find anything? Xiao Jing knew that Xinxiang was searching through the cursed spirit's memories and quickly asked. Xiao Jing is also very curious about the cursed spirit because she is also a spirit body, and the cursed spirit can be said to be the same as her. Especially now that this cursed spirit is so powerful, Xiao Jing is very concerned. She wants to know more about this cursed spirit and see if it can be of any help to her. It's hard to say. This cursed spirit was born in the Heavenly Mother's sacred desolate, so it doesn't know much, Xinxiang said. However, from this cursed spirit's memories, we can know that a large amount of cursed power once appeared in the Heavenly Mother sacred desolate. Is that power really called cursed power? Xiao Jing asked. Actually, I always feel that cursed power is just what we call it. What is the essence of this so-called cursed power? According to the memories of the cursed spirit, the power of the curse is actually called the power of creation. This kind of power will have different effects after being grasped by different people. If used improperly, it will backfire, Xinxiang said. To Xinxiang, this is a very important discovery because he can understand the essence of cursed power. From the cursed spirit's memories, he learned that cursed power is not divided into good and evil. It is just that later on, for some reason, it turned into the so-called cursed power. There are even people who comprehended all kinds of curse techniques from this cursed power. Sage Etian should have obtained the creation power in the past. He comprehended the curse technique from it, and so did Sage Tian Fa. Then, after many years of spreading the curse technique, it spread to the 6 races of life soul and was finally used on Xinxiang. What shocked Xinxiang is that the creation power seems to be the source of many kinds of energy. For example, the curse on his body should be the reproduction of the creation power. It can be said that the creation power is endless and can continue to multiply and grow stronger. Xinxiang discussed what he knows with Xiao Jing. In that case, Kailian, the Heavenly Mother Sage, the Heavenly Mother Myriad World art that she cultivates should also benefit from the creation power, he said. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to cultivate so many powerful clones so easily. That's right, this kind of creation power passed through the soul and reproduced in Sister Xenro and Sister Zilian's soul, Xinxiang said. Sister Zilian and Sister Xenro, their souls should also have creation power. Ah, then would they suffer backlash? According to what you know from the cursed spirit's memory, if you don't use your Genesis energy properly, you will suffer a backlash. This is also the so-called curse torture. The backlash from the power of creation is far too bizarre. To think that it can actually cause a backlash through karma. Xilian, for example, was often betrayed. This was the result of the backlash from using her Genesis energy. This was also the curse that she spoke of. As for the specific reason, I don't know either. Xinxiang said, we have to ask Xilian how she obtained the Chuangshi power back then. Brother, what kind of existence is the cursed spirit? Is it also the power of creation? Xiao Jing asked. The cursed spirit is a spirit body formed by the power of creation. Xinxiang nodded and said, back then, the protruded forehead person obtained the power of creation through the curse platform. However, he did not use it properly, so he suffered a backlash. The lost soul race is the same. The lost soul race's curse spirit doesn't know how to communicate. What's going on? Xiao Jing really wanted to understand the situation of the cursed spirit. Because the lost soul race and the cursed spirit do not have much contact, the protruded forehead person and the cursed spirit have a very deep contact. This cursed spirit is also affected by the protruded forehead person. It can be said that the cursed spirit's thoughts are the aggregation of the protruded forehead person. Xinxiang said, "This kind of thing is very scary." What? The cursed spirit's thoughts are actually the collective will of the protruded forehead person? Xiao Jing said in shock. Yes, because the protruded forehead person suffered a backlash from the power of creation. They also have a deep grudge against the cursed spirit. However, they do not want to get rid of the cursed spirit's power. It can be said that they both love and hate the cursed spirit. Xinxiang sighed. Now all of this can end. Xinxiang had already refined the cursed spirit into a pill. Little mirror girl, I'm going to eat this cursed spirit pill now. Xinxiang said seriously. Something might happen. You don't have to panic when the time comes. Xinxiang left the world defying God Furnace and sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors, allowing Xiao Jing to activate the time domain. Brother, will they come in? Xiao Jing was very worried about this and said, now that the cursed spirit is gone, I'm afraid that this cursed mountain will lose its protection. The defensive strength of the cursed mountain has nothing to do with the cursed spirit, because this mountain was originally meant to protect the cursed spirit. Xinxiang said, there are a total of 10 cursed mountains like this in the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland, and they are all in the southern forest. Huh. Xiao Jing was shocked and said, it's already very impressive to have 2 of these things, but there are actually 10 of them. Yes. In the southern forest, there were still 8 races that had once obtained the power of creation. The southern forest is very big. The protruded forehead people and the soulless race should have never seen those 8 races before. Xinxiang said, it's also possible that most of the 8 races are no longer here, and were all annihilated by the backlash of the creation force. The protruded forehead people and the soulless race used each other and ate each other to barely deal with the backlash. The other races might not be so lucky. Big brother, in a situation like Xilian's, how should she deal with the backlash? Xiao Jing asked, if you completely return the creation force, you won't be devoured. Xinxiang said, I don't know exactly how to do it right now. There's another way, which is to link the creation force with the universe fate. In other words, as long as you have the universe fate, you won't be devoured by the creation force. Is that so? Xiao Jing was pleasantly surprised. Big brother, don't you have the universe fate? Then you're not afraid of the backlash. But why won't you be devoured if you have the universe fate? Chapter 46:15. The 4 great sages should have known that this was something they were once familiar with. But because it was too big, they did not associate it with it. Isn't it too big? The Tao Creation sage shook his head, still unable to believe it, and exclaimed, then wouldn't the Chuangshi power inside be even more terrifying? Senior, when you first obtained the Chuangshi power, how big was the outer shell? Xilian asked. The Tao Creation sage gestured with his hand about the size of a head, and then asked, little girl, what about yours? Only half of your size. After Xilian finished speaking, she looked at the huge mountain and said, but why is this place as big as a mountain? Could it be that there are a lot of Chuangshi power inside? This is too inconceivable. The Heavenly Mother, wholly desolate, has actually descended with Chuangshi power. And there are so many of them. The Tao Creation sage sighed. The stronger the Chuangshi power, the stronger the curse. Xilian suddenly became very worried and said, Senior, do you think Xinxiang obtained a lot of Chuangshi power inside? then wouldn't he be subjected to an even more powerful and terrifying curse in the future? No, no, no. Don't forget, this guy has the universe fate. It can be said that the Chuangshi power is born for people like him. The Tao creation sage stroked his long beard and laughed. Xinxiang, this guy, I don't know how, but he was actually able to reach this step. One must know that back then, the Tao creation sage had watched Xinxiang grow up, step by step. At that time, Xinxiang was as weak as an ant in his eyes. And now, Xinxiang's strength will soon surpass his. We don't have to worry about him now, Silian said. He's inside, absolutely safe. The Tao creation sage also nodded his head. They were all very clear on how strong the outer shell protecting the Chuangshi power was. Heavenly Go, let's not attack. It's the Chuangshi power. The sage of heavenly punishment suddenly shouted. There are a lot of Chuangshi power inside. This mountain is the outer shell protecting the Chuangshi power. Impossible. Actually, the sage of heavenly Go already had this thought, but he was unable to accept this fact. Such a large mountain. One could imagine the Chuangshi power inside. It must be, it must be. The heavenly punishment sage roared with laughter. What the hell is going on? How could such a terrifying god of creation exist in this accursed place? Sage Etian also thought about the protruding head that they had attacked previously. No matter how they attacked, he would not die. This was clearly a manifestation of the power of creation. The other ancient devil prisoners also gradually stopped attacking. Genesis energy. There's Genesis energy in this mountain? An ancient demonic prisoner roared. This person was a very strong bald man. Every muscle on his upper body flashed with red lightning from time to time. In his eye sockets, there were 2 balls of light condensed from lightning. Previously, when attacking Cursed Mountain, it was this person who provided a very powerful force, causing Cursed Mountain to tremble incessantly. Although he was unable to break through the defense of the Incantation Mountain, the terrifying power he displayed caused even the sage of Tian Fa and sage Etian to feel fear. Red Devil Lightning Reverend, you also obtained Genesis energy back then. You should know very well what the outer shell of Genesis energy looks like. Sage Etian said, then we have to attack even more. We can't stop. There must be a large amount of Genesis energy inside this mountain. Red Devil Lightning Reverend said in a deep voice. Otherwise, we won't be his match in the future. You should also know very well that there's no point in us continuing to attack this mountain. Sage Etian said, what we need to do now is to find the other Heavenly Mother Sage's universe fate. The Heavenly Mother Sage has universe fate right here. Red Devil Lightning Reverend's eyes suddenly shot out red lightning as he angrily said, why are you hiding such an important matter from me? How many more things are you hiding from us? I also just calculated it. Sage Etian said, the Heavenly Mother Sage and Tao Creation Sage entered the southern forest not only for Xinxiang, but also to find the Heavenly Mother Sage's universe fate. There's no time to lose. Let's take action immediately. Another powerful ancient devil prisoner said. He only wants to leave this mountain as soon as possible, because they are very clear about how terrifying Genesis energy is. If Xinxiang obtained that Genesis energy, they might not be his match. That's right, let's go now. I've calculated the approximate location. Sage Etian said, if Xinxiang ran out and they didn't have enough strength to fight against Xinxiang, the consequences could be imagined. After Xinxiang became stronger, the one he was most afraid of was Sage Etian. This was because he was Xinxiang's enemy. Furthermore, Xinxiang was extremely restrained by the heavenly curse technique he grasped. Chapter 46:16. Xinxiang is still refining the incantation spirit pill. He can't leave the Incantation Mountain for the time being. Otherwise, He will definitely go out to find Xilian. At this time, he suddenly had an idea and quickly let Fang Qing and her little sisters come out of the 6 realms mirrors. Qing, is that voice still calling you? Xinxiang looked at Fang Qing and asked. It's still there. Every once in a while it will call us. Fang Qing nodded her head. Like this, you guys enter Qing, soulless illusion again like before, and try to talk to that voice as much as possible. Xinxiang said, we should be very close to her now. Fang Qing looked at those little sisters and then immediately began to drag their souls into her soulless illusion. Xilian and Tao Creation Sage are flying in the air when she suddenly heard Fang Qing's voice in response. In a short period of time, she is indeed using the Heavenly Mother Myriad Worlds art, constantly sending out soul fluctuations, trying to summon all her clones as much as possible. But she doesn't have much hope for this. After all, in her opinion, this is very unrealistic, especially in this southern fallen forest. She believes that the possibility of having her clone is very small. But now, she has received a response. Hello, I am Fang Qing. Can you hear my voice? Fang Qing is in the soulless illusion. She feels that Xilian is very close to her. This feeling is also very strange, making her feel very close. It is as if she has seen a long-lost relative. Hello, I am Xilian. Xilian replied, where are you? At this time, Fang Qing opened her eyes and looked at Xinxiang and said happily, Big Brother Xin, I contacted her. Her name is Xilian, and she asked me where I am. Is she your friend? It really is Lianer. Xinxiang is pleasantly surprised and said, just say that you are in a mountain, and you simply tell her that you are with me now. Fang Qing nodded, then responded to Xilian in the soulless illusion and said, Sister Xilian, I am in a mountain. I am with a big brother Xinxiang. He told me to contact you. Xilian learned that her clone is actually with Xinxiang, which shocked her. In her opinion, this is really too much of a coincidence. She immediately thought of a lot, knowing that Xinxiang will speculate that Fang Qing is a clone. Then Xinxiang probably won't say too much to Fang Qing. Xilian also knows that she can't directly tell Fang Qing about the clone. Qing, you and Xin continue to stay there. I am relieved that you are with him. Xilian said, by the way, did Xinxiang tell you why I can resonate with your soul? He said, we have a very long... Is that right? I still have more than a dozen sisters here. They can all hear your call. Fang Qing was also very puzzled about this matter. She also wanted to ask for clarification. That's it. The matter is too complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Xilian cast Xilian, I come. Xilian, cough being, sheet Xilian. This meant that if she wanted to take it back, she would have to let them completely accept this fact, which was rather difficult. Sister Xilian, I will tell Big Brother Xin. Fang Qing said, oh right, Big Brother Xin wants me to ask you where are you going? Tell him that the Tao Creation Sage and I are currently searching for my universe fate. If he comes out of that mountain, just come and find us along the way. We will leave a mark. Xilian said. She and the Tao Creation Sage both believed that after Xinxiang obtained the creation power, he would definitely become very strong. At that time, when they met up with him, he might be able to help them a lot. While searching for the universe fate, there was a high chance that they would clash with Sage Etian and the others. If Xinxiang could arrive in time, they would not need to be afraid of them. Fang Qing immediately passed on Xilian's words to Xinxiang. Xinxiang also had a lot of things he wanted to ask Xilian, but it was not convenient to ask through Fang Qing. Qing, tell Lian, or that I will rush over as soon as possible. Xinxiang said, using this method to contact each other is very exhausting to the soul, so let's end it like this. Fang Qing finally connected with the voice that called them, and now she was no longer confused. This was because they could feel a sense of familiarity from Silian's voice. This was a feeling that made them feel very safe